What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Robin Van Velzen!
Hello, good morning. Welcome along to the Modus Super Series on the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we have got a race and a sprint towards the line here in Group A. Two players tied at the top on 14 points. Jemai van den Herik and Scott Campbell lead the way. Sam Spivey's a couple of points behind. It is a three-horse race for one position. So they are jostling for position and looking to cross the finishing line. But we'll find out who gets past that final hurdle in the company of the asset, Paul Nicholson. And look, yesterday we thought would be a real moving day, and it really was the case. Jemai van den Herik winning all 5 of his games.
Yeah, it was a bit of a move from Jemai, and it was great to see a recovery from Monday for him. But I think the narrative was how many close games we had. And quite frankly, when we went to 3-3 a lot of the time, we weren't sure who was the favourite going into the last leg, whether you had the darts or not. But that's a really interesting table. It just goes to show what kind of a move you can make from one day to another. But Wednesday is a very different day altogether.
15 of the 30 games in this group, half of the games have gone 4-3 in this Group A. Now, Jemai got off to a slow start on Monday, but it felt like as soon as he got settled on the stage, he'd be a different beast. And yesterday, that was definitely the case.
Yeah, we spoke to him afterwards, and he said he got a good night's sleep on Monday. And it just goes to show that being a good dart player is not just about putting in the practice. It's not just about how you hydrate yourself or anything like that. It's about the amount of quality rest you can get to give your mind the amount of clarity that it needs to be sharp. So if you think about Monday morning, that didn't go to plan. But since Monday lunchtime, he hasn't lost. So a 7-game winning streak. And who's to say he's going to lose today? He might not.
He was 9-1 at the beginning of the day yesterday to go on and win the group. And this is how the outrights look today. It's a different complexion as far as this Group A is concerned. Scott Campbell is still the favourite at 10-11. But Jemai's actually top of the group, but is yet 2-1. And Sam Spivey shouldn't be discredited at 10-3 either. No,
he shouldn't, because he hasn't had his best day of the week yet. I'm saying that confidently because we haven't seen anywhere near what Sam can do just yet. I'm not sure that Group A suits him. I think playing early in the morning, it might not suit him 100%. He might be more of a night owl. But I think 2-1 on Jemai is a fabulous price, considering he's won his last 7 games, and he'll want to keep that going.
And add in the fact as well, Scott Campbell probably hasn't got going yet this week.
I think we're going to be really honest at this juncture. Scott hasn't played anywhere near his best yet. His ceiling of performance is about 109. That's what we learnt from him in Champions Week. How close has he been to that? He's 15 to 16 points adrift of that. So he's nowhere near his best, meaning for me that Jemai's the favourite to win the group.
Well, it is 18 plus. It is gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series. And we're going to hear now from Scott Campbell. He's involved in our first game of the session, and I caught up with him earlier on this morning. Scott, 2 days in, joint top of the group. Is it fair to say you're getting results even if your game's not at your peak yet?
Yeah, I don't feel like I've played well at all yet. Couple of okay games. Just chuffed to still be in a chance of winning Group A.
Has this week been about your ability to grind results and get results out regardless of performances and circumstances?
Yeah, I've noticed I've not been playing very well this week, but if I can keep grinding out the results, then hopefully by the end of the day I can fix that over the next 2 days.
Is it a case then going into the final day, obviously you and Jemai level on points, is it just finding a burst today, just finding what you can get and just get out of this kind of no matter what really?
Yeah, it's just about trying obviously to get to Saturday, so if I can play well today and I don't win the group, then it sets me up for the rest of the week.
Obviously, we saw you here at the Pairs tournament a couple of weeks ago, and fair to say since then, not many darts have been thrown?
No, I kind of just left my darts with Hendo and disappeared to Malaga for a couple of days, and we've kind of not really thrown a dart for a couple of weeks, just a well-earned little break away from it.
Is it important, though, to have those rests? Because obviously it's a period of the season where it's a little bit quiet before it gets hectic again in the summer. Is it important to have those breaks here and there so you're not just constantly ticking over and cycling over again and again?
Yeah, definitely. The mistake I've made this time was just I should have maybe had a little bit of a throw before I came down rather than just coming down expecting to play the way I've been playing. Wasn't very good.
Back to today then. You've got a perfect record in terms of Group A. Won it first time, won it at international pairs. They're not bad records to keep up, are they?
Yeah, it's great. As I says, like obviously 6 or 7 times here now, and I've been doing okay. And fingers crossed we can get across the line again.
Wish you all the best. Go well. Scott, good luck today.
Perfect, mate. Thanks.
Hey.
Everybody has a twerk, and everybody has a big moment in this group play.
Never cry. The wolf always roll with a
The
pack.
only difference in the
Tell me how you like
previous match was
that.
the fact
Put
that
the
it
team
was
on the
doubles,
map.
but it looks like
Bridging
it's
and filling
sorted
the
that out
gap.
here.
Never fold, never cry. Now tell me how you like that.
It's sure.
We're breaking the mold and aiming for
side.
gold. We here to take everything, even your soul, yo.
Got the
Tell
shot
me how you
of
like.
19.
Tell
He
me
gets
how you
the
like
double
that.
17.
Till we grow, obsessed with the green. I'm willing to
thinks
fold.
that
We deal with the
Spine's not gonna
foes
hit
and turn
this.
them to ghosts, yo. Tell me how you like. Tell me how you like that. How you like that. Ready for the
Samuel
smoke with my team
Spivey.
like drags. Let's see if they really how they seem on the
gets
app.
it.
I see 'em on the street, they don't know
That's
how to act.
incredible.
Let's lay a trap. Playing it cool, but it's part of the strap. Watch how they react. We throwing cheese at the rats. Yeah, we know they easy to catch. Show me the stats. I've been in the game for a minute, it's different. I had to adapt. I came with the boom bap, sticking the raps, but it put a limit on what I attract. Let's go with this fact. We all got potential, let's go untapped. If you don't attack, I do it for me. My team, my family. Tell me how you like, tell me how you like that. Put the team on my back. Never fold, never.
Well, it is a very, very tight-looking Group A going into the final day. Scott Campbell's involved in our first game of the session. He can take the early impetus and leapfrog Jamai van den Herik at the top of the league. 2 players on 14 points at the top of the table. Sam Spivey shouldn't be discredited on 12 points just behind. Kevin Lankus and Kurt Parry and Martin Turner, they look like they're just going to jostle for position as they go into Group C on Thursday and Friday respectively. Of course, places do mean prize money, so they'll look to finish as high up the league table as possible. And it's going to be a very, very interesting end to the week's play, because when we get to Group B, we've got the reigning WDF World Champion Shane McGurk. He's alongside a man who's played here more often than anybody else in Lee Cox. And Carl Wilson's a man that's knocking on the door here at the Super Series. He gets better in terms of his end performance every single time he's here, and he'll be looking now to make it through to a weekly final. Joe Bridle will make his debut here, as too is David Sharp and Mark McGeeney in Group C. That'll get underway on Thursday. And then after we're done here at Super Series 11, international pairs will resume, and we can add Sweden to the mix. The players for that will be revealed on Saturday. I reckon you could probably guess maybe one of the players that could potentially be in the offing for Sweden. But that is going to be a very interesting looking team for sure. It's very much an international feel of that particular pairs tournament, and that will get underway on Bank Holiday Monday, the 25th of August here, live and exclusive on Pluto TV. But we've done enough waiting, and now it's time to get the action underway on this Wednesday morning. Scott Campbell takes on Martin Turner in the opening game of the day. As I say, Scott Campbell has got the opportunity to move 2 points clear with Jamai van den Herik at the top of the table, the 35-year-old Aberdonian who made it through to the semi-finals of Champions Night in Series 10, up against Martin Turner, who, if he's going to find a first weekly win here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, he's going to have to do it from Group C. He's the only player who physically cannot win the group of the 6 players in play, the 56-year-old from York. All the action is going to be officiated by the Colchester official Owen Binks. And Paul Nicholson is with me here in the commentary box to describe all of the day's action. And look, we've got a 3-horse race in our hands, and we ain't got a clue who's going to win it.
Yeah, we don't have a clue, which is a good thing.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
But I'm really interested in the mindset of Martin Turner today. He approached us after Monday and he said, I thought I played pretty well today. And I wound up at the foot of the
57.
table. Well, the thing is, after Monday, he had the highest running average of anybody. And he did wind up in 6th.
140.
He had a very similar day yesterday. He didn't have the highest running average because that belonged to Jamai van den Herik. But now that the pressure is off for the day, This is one of those rare occasions where you can turn up,
60.
you can do your best, but there really isn't any pressure. And with someone as talented as Turner,
55.
he could cause chaos, just like Kurt Parry and maybe even Kevin Lankhausen, who at one point yesterday, Henry, was leading the table but wound up in 4th.
Yeah, he's
100.
out of the mix, 6 points behind. I cannot see a way through for him or Kurt Parry. So it's going to be 3 players you sense that are going to fight for one spot. But my Turner did claim the scalp of Sam Spivey yesterday, which is the reason why Spivey Man is a couple of points adrift going into Wednesday's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. As Paul Nicholson gives me a glare for mentioning the superhero
54.
name that should
Martin,
not
you're
be
red choir,
mentioned. Now, Martin
126.
Turner yesterday took out a 102. He's not going to take out a 106, but he's got plenty of time on his side
90.
to get an opening leg break.
Notice how he left double 18 on purpose there. He didn't go for the 14, he didn't go for the 6. That was categorically a shot to leave double 18.
60.
You don't
Martin,
see
you're
many
required,
lefties
56.
leaving double 18 on purpose.
Game
You'll
shot
be happy with that, though.
leg. Martin
It
Turner.
wasn't in the middle, but it's in. And it's a 1-0 lead for Turner.
Well, the
Second
angle
leg is
really
Martin to
isn't
throw first.
conducive for a lefty on double 18 because you are throwing across.
Think about it this way. If you've got a left eye dominant player throwing left-handed,
100.
that is the mirror image of a right eye dominated player with a right-handed player throwing a double 12. We know plenty of right-handers who like double 12, so there's no reason from an angular perspective
136.
why a lefty doesn't like double 18. We're just assuming based on the players that
131.
we've seen over the last few years and how they like to leave certain numbers. We see it with left-handers. They like tops, 12s and 10s.
I like any double that I
60.
can hit.
You're a lefty, are you?
I am a lefty, yes.
140.
I've never seen you throw darts, so that's why I ask.
And don't worry, that will stay that way. Probably for everybody's benefit, if the truth be told. But Turner here's got off to a quick start, and he was the player we thought,
58.
again,
Martin
could be a
require
dangerous
130.
outsider. Could be a player that could upset the rhythm for somebody. Him and Kurt Parry are going to ask some questions today, and straight away, he is
74.
asking them of Scott Campbell, who is joint top of the group. He's on 14 points, but he'll be the first to admit that in terms of performance, it's been nowhere near the standard that over the last year or so we've come to expect from him.
$140.
That's
Martin
a
require
world-class
56.
140. This time he doesn't leave double 18.
Game shot on the second
Another good
leg.
choice.
Martin Turner.
I
Third leg,
think
it's
what
Scott to
Campbell
throw
said
first.
at the top of the show was very honest. Some people wouldn't have been that honest about their approach to this week. He was saying he hasn't prepared for this week. He's taken a bit of a break. But he is living, walking proof that
140.
if you just take your foot off the pedal on the practice or the competitiveness in your local area for just a couple of weeks,
58.
that sharpness can be lost and you have to build back towards it. It doesn't happen overnight. It can sometimes take 1 or 2 weeks to get back to where you were.
And it won't surprise me at this stage of the season whether we do see 1 or
57.
2 players come into the Super Series just a little bit rusty. There's a bit of a break in terms of Challenge Tour action. The WDF season is a little bit quiet. There's not an
100.
ADC Tour event until August. So this is probably the one chance that the players have got in the season. If they want to go on holiday, they want to have a bit of a break, and they just want to put the darts down for a little bit, this is possibly the only opportunity they'll get to do it before then build themselves up again
66.
ahead of a busy second half of the season. And look, we
36.
can't say in one breath that players play too much. Then the next Breath say and then criticise them for then having to take the breaks when the breaks arise. It's finding that happy medium, isn't it?
How's he found that treble 20 there? Honestly. Brute force from the Aberdonian. We will touch on that subject
60.
about
Scott, you require
planning
155.
and how much you play throughout the course of the day. But it's important that Campbell gets on the board here.
It took Martin Turner 29 darts to open up a 2-0 lead in this contest.
55.
Campbell looking for some kind of reply, and he's got time on his side, but he may not have acres of time.
85.
But that
Scott, you require 100.
slack second dart there cost Martin Turner the opportunity to finish, and so Campbell's got 6 here from the ton.
He likes this finish.
Game
And that's the
show on
third time he's
third
done that
leg.
this week.
Scott Campbell.
In 2 darts.
And the third time he's done against Martin
Fourth
Turner,
against Martin
because
to
the
throw
2 times he
first.
did it was in
Game on.
his opening game of the week, which was a 4-3 win against the man from York.
140.
We could make up a bit of a limerick about this, couldn't we? There was a man named Martin from York. I assure you, after last week, he's not from Cork. He played a man called Campbell,
130.
who didn't want to gamble. He took out the ton, and I can't finish it. I nearly got there. I nearly got there.
46.
There's definitely something in there. See, that's the difference between Sid Riddell and myself. He was a poet, I'm not.
140.
By the way, this is the 25th anniversary of something that a friend of mine did at the Swiss Open in 2000.
100.
Graham Stoddart, great player, one of the original PDC players from the 1990s. In 2000, he hit a 9-dart leg at the Swiss Open, a tournament won by Raymond van Barneveld. And back then, 9-darters were quite rare. It was a big, big deal.
121.
And I wanted to mention that today because 25 years since that, it is an anniversary. So, big up to Graham, who hasn't been in the best of health lately, but always nice to hear from a stalwart like him.
Well, this is a crucial point of this contest. Campbell looking at 105 to break back and level up at 2-2. If he doesn't find it, Turner should get a dart for a 3-1 lead. In fact, he is going to get the opportunity to open up a 2-leg advantage again in this match and then move to within one of victory in this opening game of the day. And it would mean that the door would open for both Sam Spivey and Jemai van den Herik in the second game of the session. And Turner here, 2 at double 14, only needs the 1. His winning leg so far in this game, 14-15-14. 3-1 to the goods.
Fifth leg, it's Scott to throw first.
And Scott Campbell here is a leg away from a defeat which could cost his hopes so dearly. He was 10-11 on favourite with the bookmakers before dart was thrown this morning to go on and sit with us in the studio come the end of the session and win Group A. But let's be honest,
80.
The ultimate prize is to sit in the studio with me and Nico.
60.
I'm working on this limerick, by the way. There once was a man from Cork. Last week's winner was from Cork. He's playing against Campbell. He doesn't want to gamble. And if he wins, he won't have to talk.
But he'll probably do a tungsten talk after about it. That part of our series available on Pluto TV.
140.
Daily limericks on Pluto TV. No, we don't want that.
No. I've already heard the commissioning body saying if that gets commissioned, then we are done.
$100.
And if you do miss any of the tungsten
41.
talks available on Pluto TV, you can catch up at your convenience on the Super Series YouTube channel, where we have tailor-made highlights for you at the end of every session.
43.
And we actually filmed one this morning, didn't we, with Sam Spivey, and we did one yesterday with Scott Campbell. They'll be released onto the channel
60.
in due course. A couple of interesting conversations.
Yeah, they really were, especially the one with Spivey. We thought that he was quite shy when it comes to telling his story, but it's a fascinating story.
41.
Well, this leg is not over yet. Campbell was in charge of it, but Turner, he could find a result that is actually quite rare this week.
85. Scott, you require 100.
Most of the time, these games have been 4-3 and 4-2.
Well, 15 of the 30 games we've seen so far this week have gone to a last leg decider.
He just doesn't look as sharp as we've seen in the last couple of times he's been here. And Turner could expose that and give the two other people in the top three a bit of good news.
Scott, you require 92.
He sits on 8-8 for the win. And based on the way that Turner's been rolling this week, Campbell hits this.
And 3-1 has been a very dangerous scoreline as well at times this week. It's been overcome on a few occasions, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen
36.
here. Campbell went double-double with 72
60.
left, and Turner returns for 8-8. One left. Finds it. And is that the first result on a Wednesday, which could see twists and turns in every direction? This 3-horse race for one spot has had its first dosage of drama. Scott Campbell, who was the bookmaker's favourite at the beginning of the day, has been defeated by Martin Turner by 4 legs to 1. And it means that if Sam Spivey can get the better of Jemai van den Heerlijk after the break, then the top 3 players will all be on 14 points in the group. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McHugh.
Well, 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 the plot in this Group A thickens more than gone off custard here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, Scott Campbell, who was the bookmaker's favourite to go on and win this group, was defeated 4-1 by Martin Turner, which means that man you pictured there, Sam Spivey, could potentially move on to 14 points and ensure that there is 3 players at the top of the table. That is Jamai van den Herik, 22 years of age, from Alblasserdam in the Netherlands, making his debut here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And that's on the back of what has been a superb year on the Challenge Tour, currently in the top 10 as had great success there. As to Sam Spivey, 2 players
First
really
leg,
who
it's Sam to
in 2025 are having somewhat of a
Game
breakout
on.
year. We saw Sam towards the end of 2024, and what a campaign he had in Group C, winning 9 out of 10 games. Didn't quite work out for him on the Saturday. And of course, in the previous series, made it all the way through to Champions Night. He's becoming a player now that we're beginning to see as a bit of a seasoned campaigner. First time that we've seen him in a Group A scenario.
60.
And this has been the game at points this week where he has had some troubles. He hasn't been the best morning person, but he will be hoping to get off to a quick start here. And if he gets off to a quick start here and he wins his opening game, he moves on to 14 points and everybody will be level. And if he can win this game as well, what he'll also do is eat away into Jamai van den Herik's legs difference, which at the beginning of the day is +9. Campbell now down to +2. Spivey on -1. But you get the sense that if Sam's going to win the group today, probably might have to go through the cards.
He's definitely going to have a good start.
96.
I think we identified very quickly this week that maybe morning play didn't suit Sam perfectly, but in order to do something you've never done before, you may have to do something through a bit of discomfort. So let's say you want to go through an assault course, but you're not that great at climbing ropes. Get better at that. If you're not good at playing in the morning, play more morning sessions and get better at it. This is day number 3 of starting early.
59.
Maybe he'll be feeling a little bit more at ease with it now.
Well, we say that, but then you look at his numbers, they're pretty much in keeping with what he's done over the last 12 months. We'll divulge a bit more on that in the next leg. That one for you there for Jamai, leaves himself on 49 to break the throw if this 87 isn't taken. 20 for the bull. Treble leads double 5. Finds his found. That was a really good take, that from Sam Spivey. But yeah, you look at the numbers for Monday and Tuesday put together. 85.22 running average, 34% in terms of his doubling, which is pretty much in keeping with what he's done over the last year or so. His 12-month stats, 85.18, 35% on the doubles. But I suppose in this building, we just expect that little bit more from him as Jamai piles in the first max of this contest.
60.
Kurt Parry's been the king of the maximums this week. But he's not in the fold at the top of the table. This young man is.
57.
From Alblasserdam, which is pretty much in the western portion of the Netherlands.
136.
Next to the Noord River. One of the busiest waterways in Western Europe, which makes it a very good location for a great deal of industry. But
95.
As everybody knows, in the lowlands, you do leave yourself quite vulnerable to flooding.
92.
It's been flooded many, many times. But I'm sure that's just part of daily life in Alblasserdam, making sure that you're ready for those kind of things.
97.
Well, he might be from Alblasserdam, but yesterday he was damn good. Running average of 93.5 for the day. 54% on his finishing. 2 ton-plus averages for the session. And he's got off to a decent start here. Lost the first leg, left himself in situ. He's going to get a dart to win
40.
leg 2. Doesn't
Sam,
find
you
the double
require
16. But Sam yesterday did find a couple of big finishes, the 144 and the 140. They both came at key times. Is he going to add another big key finish to the collection? Well, that's taken a ricochet off the barrel of dart 1. And so Van den Herik here is going to come back free in hand at double 16 to square this contest up, this crucial second contest to the morning upper, one apiece.
16. Sam, you require 38.
Oh, this is a massive opportunity now for Sam.
Well, first things first, he's got a decision to make. But he's going to split. Double 8.
Game shot on the
It's 2-0
second
Spivey.
leg.
This is the perfect
Sam
start for the man
Spivey.
from Scarborough.
This is not the ideal start
Third
for the
leg, it's
top
Sam
two.
to throw first. Game on.
If you were to see our faces right now, they're not the faces of surprise. Because quite frankly, if this was to take another turn in rounds 1 and 2,
100.
we would not be shocked. That's the way this group has gone.
$140.
One of the first players in the building this morning, Jamai, around 7:20 this morning. You know what they say about the early bird getting the worm?
59.
Well, the first thing I walked into this morning was Jamai van den Herik on the stage throwing darts, practicing.
97.
And I just get the sense that I've had a couple of little conversations with him. We had a little chat with him following the end of the session yesterday as we headed back to the hotel. And I got the sense that he's a very, very switched on character, that he does the right things. He knows how to prepare well. He just knows what to do to get success.
58.
He knows the right way of going about his business.
He's only 22. But the way he conducts himself, without knowing his family or the people that take care of his career with him, they've done a bang-up job. I don't say that lightly. Because some people go on a solo journey like Sam.
98.
He's got his supporters,
Sam,
don't get me wrong.
142.
But Van den Herik has got good backing, good teammates, and obviously he's been raised right.
92.
Even to the point
Mario
where
require
he was
108.
mentioning to us about maybe travelling on Sunday the way I travel, maybe wasn't the right prep. And it wouldn't surprise me, because he's going to come back here again, let's be honest, that it wouldn't surprise me if he
56.
tailors his travel
Mario
arrangements to
require
coincide with it. You could tell he's a very smart cookie, but this guy's bright as a button as well. And he's looking at tots of 3-0.
10. Jamai require
Well, that wasn't
52.
a bad dart from Sam. But it was a bad result.
He's got to hope Jamai misses, and he has had some problems on the outer ring in this game as Jamai
Game shot on the
finds his
third
first
leg.
double
Jamai
at
van
his
den
sixth
Herik.
attempt. Breaks back. The game returns to throw at 2-1. Have
Fourth leg, it's Jamai
Spivey
to
missed
throw
a couple
first.
to make this 3-0.
Game on.
Do you know what they call someone from his town? Because you referenced that Scott Campbell is an Aberdonian.
39.
Van den Herik is an Alblasserdammer. There's not really anything else to say to that, is there?
180.
Well, we can say plenty about that, because it's the ideal start to leg 4 for Sam.
96.
Playing to type, averaging around about 86.5, 40% on the doubles. And in this leg, going about his business quite nicely.
62.
Until he pars in a couple of single ones.
Darts isn't easy.
60.
Sam is from Scarborough, which is very famous in the UK for numerous reasons.
133.
But Scarborough has actually housed some dart players when they've been on the World Series tour. Going to Australia,
39.
Scarborough, Western Australia,
Sam require 126.
right on the beach. That's where the players used to stay when playing in Perth.
58.
That been one of the ones you played in?
Indeed. Right in the middle of the winter. It was a bit chilly in Western Australia that year.
100. Sammy requires 68.
Don't ask Chris Murphy about the fishing trip.
Who? Uncle Murph?
That's not a bad dart because you can still go single to double now. 4 sevens
48.
for tops. And that's the second
Jamai
time we've seen that
require
happen this week, where
167.
someone has taken 28 up for tops in the sevens department.
Well, this would sting. This would sting. The ball for 167.
134.
But he's having that kind of problem on the bullseye, is he? Because he's got a loopy throwing action. Sometimes a central target like that could just go adrift. And he could find himself to adrift in this game. But Spivey, double 10, one left in hand, he cannot find.
10.
Well, he's had opportunities here to take real control of this game. He could have won
33.
this match 4-0 conceivably. But Jamai comes back for 33 to square this game up at 2 apiece. Double 16. He does everything in his power to leave it. And we are back on terms. But we had a 4-1 in the opening game. It wasn't going to be a pattern that was going to continue, was it?
First. Game on.
In a group which has seen 15 out of 31 games go 4-3. And maybe this crucial game is going to head to a last leg decider. But Sam Spivey will be hoping for a 2-leg burst from this point. Two players we know have got real bursts in them.
57.
Yes, but which one's got the better one right now? That's what live sport is all about. You don't win games with reputation or previous accomplishments. You win with talent used right here.
140.
And that makes for probably a coin flip situation here.
60.
Yeah, there are quite a few Scarboroughs in the world. North Yorkshire, UK, that's where Sam is from. There's one in Ontario, Canada.
65.
It's a large suburb of Toronto, which did have some darts tournaments held there at the weekend. It's a coastal town in Maine, in the United States.
140.
There's one in New Zealand, there's one in South Africa, there's one in Tobago. That's probably got the best weather.
Gonna say, their winters are probably
60.
a little bit different to that in Yorkshire.
Slightly. But I think the fish and chips might be better in Scarborough, UK.
Beautiful coastal town. Beautiful coastal town.
134. Sam, you require
I
56.
think there's an echo in here.
Well, it sounds like an echo because Sam Spivey has dominated the scoring department in the leg. But this time he does get the job done and he does move 3-2 in front. Well, they have an event, don't they, Modus, down there? Well, from here up there.
Game on.
I think it's usually around September time, don't they, have a Modus exhibition up in Scarborough? They usually invite a local player or two to play. Wouldn't surprise me if
59.
Sam gets that particular phone call this year.
Yeah, apparently at the Modus Super Series, players from Yorkshire, and in particular from Scarborough, only come left-handed.
100.
Because Graham Usher from Scarborough, he's a lefty.
And both have something in common.
They've both been
58.
to a series final.
And the only two lefties to do it. However, both will probably want to forget that final as quickly as one another as well. Because they both got drubbed in their respective finals.
140.
Sometimes you just have to hold your hands up and say that someone played better than you did. And on Graham's occasion against Conan and Sam's against
60.
Jensen, that is definitely the case.
I think you look at the Usher final in hindsight, I just don't think there was a way Conan Whitehead was not winning that week. It almost
60.
felt like destiny that he was going to lift that particular title. Was Jensen Walker made it happen on that particular night, but who is going to make it happen here? Spivey 6 starts on 201 to wrap it up, and he's left himself in a decent position upon his return. Van den Herik needs at least a treble here to leave himself on a 2-darter.
If we've got 3 players on 14 points going into round 2 on Wednesday,
Require 71.
Commence carnage.
He's going to get a match dart. And that match dart is at double top. And that match dart is found. And we have 3 players of 14 points in this group. We said that this could be a chaotic Wednesday, but it's the coolest man in the house, Sam Spivey, who claims a 4-2 win that ensues the chaos that could well follow. That's pretty much a Sam Spivey performance, isn't it? 87 average, decent doubles, few 180s. Coming up next, Kevin Lankhausen and Kurt Parry in the race for Group C.
$54. Charlie Maguire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
A very warm welcome back to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, which is eagerly awaiting our next game, number 3 of the day. And it will be possibly the final meeting of the week between these two. Kurt Parry may be going in a different direction to Kevin Lankhausen over the next couple of days, or maybe they could be battling it out in Group C over the next 48 to 72 hours. Kurt, 32 years of age now, from Ogmavale in South Wales, throwing a 25-gram Red Dragon dart and a serial finalist, up against the debutant from Belgium, who's had a pretty good time of it at the first time of asking here on the south coast of England. Now, what we might see here today are a lot of first-time winners against
First
certain
leg,
people.
it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Because in our first 2 games of the day, Martin Turner has got his first win against Campbell this week. Sam Spivey has just got his first victory against Jamai van den Herik.
85.
This game will be a little bit different. They have a 1-all record over the first couple of days.
85.
But which result will give us the most interesting aspect moving forward? It's very much debatable, Henry, because
140.
these guys are very close together in the table.
Indeed they are, and because realistically, because Sam Spivey's won that game, the gap between third and fourth is that big, they're going to be playing each other in Group C on Thursday and Friday. So this is a big game for their personal head-to-head as the week moves along.
99.
And we have seen that happen where we've seen players play 5, 6, 7 times in a week, and sometimes your weekly campaign can be dictated by head-to-heads against certain players. As Parry kicks off today in the same vein he kicked off yesterday. He was absolutely superb. I know he lost to Jamai van den Herik in the opening game of his day yesterday. He had 103.17, 5 180s, but it was 7 missed darts at a double that cost him. But he started today with an 11-dart leg, a 96 out. He looks like, once again, he's off at the beat of the bang.
Second leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
He has now got 19 180s. in this group.
140.
Quite a few more than the next best, which is Martin Turner. He's got 15.
134.
The fact is, I think Kurt is subscribing to the notion that he hasn't had the best start to this group.
140.
Judge me by the end of the week. And we are more than patient, Kurt. We know what you can do. So just prove it by the end of the week. Maybe not by the end of this day.
I know it's only a leg and a half in, but Kurt Parry, prior to his visit, was averaging 137.82.
Yes, that's way too early.
I don't care.
139. Kurt, you're 160.
Good thinking there from Lankhausen.
52.
He is very much back in this leg now. Other ADC qualifiers have come and gone and had worse starts to a week than he's had.
59. Kevin,
but his average has got to climb a little bit over the next couple of days if he's going to get some more joy. It can't sit at 80.5.
Realistically, it's been his doubling which has given him the joy, hasn't it, this week? He's been in a lot of games outscored, but he's been able to finish a very high
56.
level. 38% on Monday, 41% yesterday. But if Kurt Parry's in a mood like this, then you're going to have to score big. But this was the issue for Kurt yesterday. His scoring at times has been nigh on immaculate. But the nagging issue has been his doubling. He's the first to know it.
50.
And he'll be the first to try and rectify it. But he's got an opportunity to put the couple of misses before right, and he does there, and he opens up a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Have you noticed that Kevin's now got only one odd flight? There it is.
38.
Now, if you are a fan of symmetry and uniformity,
140.
That's the kind of thing that will drive you up the wall.
140.
It just never used to happen. In the early days, people would always use the same 3 flights, the same 3 stems,
44.
the same 3 barrels. But there was one time in this building where Kevin Painter was here, he used
62.
3 different flight shapes in the same game. Just trying to figure out what was doing what.
96.
It was inventive. It didn't work very well.
I've seen Luke Littler as well tinker with certain bits when he was, by and large, safely through
55.
very early on in a campaign. Do you remember that game where he knew he was through and he just tried throwing flatties all game long and still averaged about 93.
Yeah, he was using his dad's dart shirt,
180.
his dad's darts, and he was still better than everybody else.
Hit a 9 dart against Steve West. I can say that because Steve's on holiday and he's probably not watching
42.
this.
Kurt, you require 41.
He's probably watching it, actually, Henry.
I'll find out if he is.
Double 16. Kurt Parry
25.
is in control of this game,
Kevin,
but
you require 164.
he's thrown quite a few darts at a double so far, and his conversion rate is nowhere near where he wants it. In fact, it's
72. Kurt, you
at where
require
it is for the
16.
week. About 1 in every 3. It has to improve.
No score. Kevin, you require
That
92.
sums the week up. Now, unfortunately for Kurt, that sums the week up. And he knows it as he shakes his head as he heads back to the drinks table. And Lankusen, he's been mopping these opportunities up when he's been given them. And that's kind of been the key towards some of his
52.
successes
Kurt,
this
you
week.
require 16.
Picking the pocket of opponents when they've messed about with their chances.
I love how he went so close to the treble 19 he wanted to have another look. It's as if he didn't believe Owen. He's going to have to
Game's on
believe
the third
that.
leg.
It's now
Kurt
3-0 Parry.
Fourth leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
I'm going to pay Kurt Parry a compliment here. In a strange way.
49.
He's 3-0 up, averaging 88.41 for 3 legs. And quite frankly, his doubling has been awful.
140.
You see anybody come here 3-0 up, averaging 88.5, and you think they're playing pretty well.
58.
What does it say about Kurt? That 88 3-0 up looks poor.
60.
His ceiling, honestly, if he was given the vehicle to try and be the player that he could be, I swear
45.
he could be a top 16 in the world player. I thoroughly believe it.
He's one of those players that when you speak to his peers
97.
about him, they all say the same thing about his class and his quality. And I can imagine sometimes, even though he never lets out anything negative in terms of reaction, in terms of
140.
mannerisms, he's a very positive guy. But I can imagine sometimes certain things happen. It must just nag him a little.
Of course it does. He's a
134.
competitor at the end of the day, and we know that about the Welsh as well, that they don't mind getting into a bit of a scrum and doing things the hard way.
55. Kevin, you require 70.
Honestly, when I grow up, I want to be like Kurt. He's 14 years younger than me. He's just a lovely chap. I want the best for him.
50.
And he
Kurt, you
might
require
win
154.
4-0 if he can find this big out.
Well, it would be typical, wouldn't it? But it's not going to go on this occasion. And so Lankhausen will come back, looking
89.
at double
Kevin, you
10
require
to
20.
break back, reduce the gap to 3-1. Double 2.
60.
Not to be. And so
Kurt, you
Parry
require
returns
65.
to win it 4-0.
4-0 it might be.
Game
4-0 it
shot and
is.
the match. Kurt Parry.
So in the battle of the two who started on 8 points, it's Parry who gets the better of Lankhausen on this occasion, and into Thursday he will take a 2-1 advantage. It's a very rare 4-0 this week. That's only the 3rd time it's happened, and the 2nd time that Kurt Parry has delivered it in round 1 over the last couple of days.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've completed a round's worth of action on this Wednesday morning, and before the break, Kurt Parry got the better of Kevin Lankhausen by 4-0. Our fourth fixture is a game between Martin Turner and Sam Spivey. 2 winners from the first round's worth of play. Martin getting the better of Scott Campbell by 4-1, averaging 88.97, 4 from 8 in terms of his doubling. While Sam Spivey got the better of Jamai van den Herik by 4-2. And that means going into this round of fixtures, we have 3 players tied at the top of this Group A on 14 points. It's Jamai van den Herik from Scott Campbell and Sam Spivey, respectively. Kurt Parry has moved on to 10 points because of his win against Kevin before the break. But this fixture yesterday was actually one of the 3 wins that Martin Turner has got in this Group A, and he has already caused a little bit of chaos today because that 4-1 win against Scott Campbell means that is the reason why, as you can see on that particular graphic there, we have 3 players tied on 14 points at the top of the table.
96.
Let us try and speculate then, Henry, because the first round of play has not been going with the run of play.
180.
So let's assume a situation, just to throw a little bit of extra fuel on the fire.
180.
That's a sign that Turner's not going to be easy to dispose of here. But imagine if he... Sorry, I'll put my tongue back in. If he was to beat Sam Spivey...
100.
If Parry was to beat Campbell next, and then Lankhausen was to beat Jamai van den Herik...
100. Sam, you're 196.
All of a sudden, Kurt Parry's in the race.
What's helping him is his legs difference, but this double-double could help Spivey en route to leg 1 not to beat. Turner should get at least a dart to take a 1-0 lead in this contest. His doubling was decent in his game against Scott Campbell. He's going to get one at double 18. Doesn't take it. And so Sam Spivey here has 3 in his hand at double top. 3 more in hand at double top to get an opening leg break. That's a 13 darter. Just so cool, calm and collected. And that mannerism doesn't change regardless of the circumstance.
Game on.
You're absolutely right. We've spoken to him away from the hockey and we've seen him play. So we can make our own judgment.
180.
And the fact is, he is really cool.
98.
Are we starting to see these darts go in the board with a bit of extra oomph? Because he's had darts on the floor this week.
100.
We're starting to see a bit more sharpness in the throw here from Spivey, which is a warning signal to
60.
everybody in the top half of the table.
Well, this could potentially be ominous.
$59.
I don't mind that play going for the bullseye with dart 3. I know he's left the bogey number, but
59.
25 leaves you on 156. Getting the bull leaves you on 131. He's well ahead, so I don't question his board management there whatsoever.
122.
And you can't question that whatsoever. I mean, that is just fabulous.
Tops after 12 on throw makes you very difficult to break. Martin Turner's finding that out all too much. 6 darts should he want it here for a 2-0 lead.
Game's on the second leg.
Back-to-back 13 darters for Sam Spivey to put him 2-0 to the good.
Third leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Why do I get the feeling we're playing this game on the wrong board? It's a Yorkshire game.
45.
You should be playing on a Yorkshire board.
No thanks, will be here forever.
You're looking at me like I've got 3 heads, Henry.
100.
The way they've been hitting trebles, I think the Yorkshire ball might be the wrong game for it.
60.
Have you seen a Yorkshire dartboard before?
Indeed I have.
A Yorkshire board doesn't have any trebles.
100.
It has all the doubles on the outer ring. It has an inner bullseye.
180.
And it's pretty hard to play on.
Might be an idea for a challenge, maybe, for social media or for Pluto TV.
Yeah, you can still buy them. In fact, do you know the difference between a Lincolnshire board and a Yorkshire board?
140.
Lincolnshire board's the one with the smaller the big segments, but small. You know what I mean.
The Lincolnshire board is all black. Yorkshire board has got the traditional colours, but just no trebles.
140. Martin, you require 76.
Sam's not been around that long. He's probably never played on a Yorkshire board. I guarantee you that Martin has, but
36.
you can't miss your singles on any board.
104.
Well, this is for the double breaker throw and for a 3-0 lead. And that is why you go 16s on 104, because a miss either side means that the second dart still gives you an opportunity
44.
to finish
Martin,
off.
require 40.
Turner looks at tops and now double 10 to bring himself back into the contest. He doesn't get
20.
it. And so
Sammy
Spivey here
requires 60.
looking at old trusty, old faithful tops. Right hand side, he's got plenty of space. But it's a flighted dart one, perhaps just obscuring a little
20.
bit. I think it might have.
Martin, you require 20.
I like how Turner gets the pause there. You require 8.
12.
Oh, how close was that? Kisses the wire,
Sammy
bends the wire,
require
but cannot find a way
40.
through. And Spivey, 3 darts in hand at tops, has been very handy today.
I spy with my little eye. Tops.
Game on the third leg. Sam Spivey.
Today's going to be very different by the looks of the results.
Fourth leg, it's Sam to throw
Half
first.
the games in the first
Game
2 days were 4-3. As far as today's concerned, 4-3s are nowhere to be seen.
100.
But just remember the meeting on Monday where Martin Turner led 3-0. Sam Spivey went on to win 4-3.
91.
While we've got these 2 Yorkshire players at the Ocky, do you know who's made the most appearances for Yorkshire County?
140.
Oh, there's been some great players, isn't there, that played for Yorkshire.
John Walton. 243 appearances, but Tony Hull has also made 243 appearances, but John Walton trumps it because he's had more County
100.
A appearances at 214. Almost 90% of his games for Yorkshire have been in the A team.
140.
That's amazing.
2001 champion of the world. Spivey's got 6 darts here from 161
65.
to, well, get his day off to the perfect start. It'd be 2 wins from 2 if he can get over the line in this one.
105.
Martin Turner's
Sammy
got better as the
required
game's gone
96.
along, but it was that early spell, that early burst from Spivey, which has been the difference in this one. 213 darts in the first 2 legs. So you get around it off with a 15 darter.
78.
Double 9 doesn't go,
Martin, you
and so
require
Turner's going to
80.
get another opportunity here to save the match. 2 in his hand, a double 10, and Spivey is going to come back, averaging 99 and on the cusp of a big win.
76. Sammy require 18.
Oh, how things can change. It was 4-1 Turner in round 1. Is he beaten 4-0? Yes, he is.
Shot on the match.
That is
Sam
a hugely
Spivey.
impressive start to Wednesday for Sam Spivey. We are the ones who said over the last couple of days he's not been out of the traps and maybe this group doesn't suit him. But as of right now, Sam Spivey is leading the group. He wins by 4 legs to 0.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
We are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
So, please put your hands together and welcome our winner of the week from Finland, Kirsi Vinnakainen.
Our next specials week is Women's Week 4, where Kirsi Vinnakainen, you would suspect, will be back to win a second title here. Lisa Ashton is defending the crown that she picked up in Women's Week 3. Before the break, Sam Spivey with a really good performance, 96.97, getting the better of Martin Turner by 4-0. 4 from 10 in terms of his doubling in that
First leg,
particular
it's Kurt
contest.
to
Game
throw
number
first.
5 sees Scott
Game on.
Campbell and Kurt Parry go head-to-head. Scott lost his first game 4-1 to Martin Turner, so this is a game of utmost importance to win. But
140.
Kurt Parry was at times in his game against Kevin Lankhausen scoring like a dream.
Scoring well, doubling, just a little bit off, but quite frankly, it didn't need to be any sharper.
121.
You can't argue with 4-0. He was by far the better player. And now that he's got that win
100.
in the bank, you just wonder if that has taken a little bit of the pressure off the early part of the day. And now he can really let loose. But now that he's seen Spivey go to 16 points in the table,
140.
he's run out of time, it feels like. Even if he wins against Campbell here, he's still going to be 4 behind with 3 games to play.
And I'll tell you what else Sam has done as well. We mentioned that the legs difference could be a bit of a problem for him. -1 going into today. He's sorted that out. +5 now in that particular department. As I say, Kurt wins this game. Scott Campbell's looking over his shoulder and looking over his shoulder rather desperately, because he goes to a position of being the 10-11 favourite to win the group, which with the greatest respect, I thought it was a little bit
Scott, you're
generous,
required
I've got to say,
140.
to possibly looking at Group C. Basically, what he did at the Pairs Week could be the antithesis today.
That's
That's a little bit better.
140.
Not an easy chance. That's proven by that first dart. He
180.
threw that last dart viciously.
Wait for Kurtz. 2 seconds. Wire.
So
60.
Scott Campbell back for 60 to get the break in this opening leg after a slight stoppage, slight pause. Tops it is. Double 10.
40.
Does not go, and so
Kurt, you require 32.
Kurt comes back, double 16 to take the open, having seen his opponent miss a couple at
shot on the
double, but
first
2
leg.
eights is found for
Kurt
him.
Parry.
Parry one up.
And a 5th consecutive leg for the day.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Do you know who Orlando Bloom's wife is, Henry?
Absolutely no idea.
That's a very famous singer. Someone who had a bit of a tiff with Taylor
43.
Swift over the years. But if this Welshman was married to that pop star, it would be Kurt Parry and Katy Perry.
That's who Katy Perry's married to.
180.
Yeah, she's married to a pirate from the Caribbean.
Well, Scott Campbell could be made to walk the plank by the end of the day today.
96.
Because so far, things aren't quite going to plan for him. And as you mentioned, Group B's not off the cards for Kurt Parry. It looked like
125.
it was an inconceivability at the beginning of the day. But the way the results have panned out so far, there is a conception where that could happen. But that man in your picture there will hope, to the best of his ability, that that is not the case as he piles in
180.
maximum to leave himself in a handy position after 9. But Parry has turned the throw around in this leg.
134.
He's warming up, and his scoring so far, I think it is having an effect on Campbell. When you see your opponent playing this
54.
impressively,
Kurt, you require 62.
it wakes you up. House tops.
22.
Not quite there. So
Scott, you
Campbell's got
require
this tricky
128.
1-2-8. Whether he gets the treble or not, he'll need another one. He doesn't get the second one. That's what makes it a tricky shot.
76. Kurt, you require 40.
And so for the break at a 2-0 lead, and to keep that run of legs going,
No
it's not
score.
to be. And so Campbell's got a
require
chance to level up. He
52.
missed a couple to win the first leg. He should get a couple more here.
Game
He
shot on the
didn't even
second
look
leg.
at that. He just
Scott Campbell.
dunked it into double 16 without aiming.
Third leg, it's Kurt to throw first.
But I know what you mean about
Game
Kurt Parry when he's playing the type of darts that he has done so far this morning. It kind of does one or two things to you. The way that he plays the game and how quickly he can
135.
get going through the gears. You either get inspired and you go with him, or the sheer intensity, particularly of his scoring, can just drag you down a little.
Can you imagine how good Kurt Parry would be at a game of Master Out,
60.
where you can finish on trebles? He's obviously got a sweet spot when it comes to his ability, and that's the treble 20. Maybe a little bit of massaging with his practice regimes might give him a bit of extra sharpness. That's what I'm seeing from the outside anyway.
41.
But he's your quintessential FDM, first dart merchant. If the first dart hits the 60 and hits the bed nicely, then you're expecting 180s to follow, or at least 140s. That's probably the quintessential example.
140.
And he's left Scott Campbell in the dust in this leg on throw.
There's actually not that much
100.
age between these two.
Just 3 years. Kurt 32, Campbell 35.
100.
As you can see, Scott Campbell doesn't mind a bit of salt and pepper. And I'm not talking about the early 90s rap group. But do yourself a favour, Campbell. Push it real good.
100. Kurt, you require 97. $43.
He is not happy with his game right now. He knows it's so close. That's what this sport's all about. You can be really close to great form, but things can stop you.
180.
Things like that.
Okay, you're requiring
He was
54.
comfortable in the leg. Now he has to take the 54 out.
Game shot.
And his
the
confidence
third.
on the doubles has
Kurt
taken a
Parry.
little bit of a jolt in the right direction there. That was a lovely shot.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first.
But how many times
Game
have we sat here during a week and we've seen a player doing exactly what Kurt Parry's doing? We know the game's there. He's not quite drawing out the absolute maximum level, but then at some point later on in the week it clicks. And if it clicks, everybody else in this building better
60.
beware, because he has got a high level that can send into a stratosphere that a lot of players can't keep up with.
99.
You're right about that. By the way, you've never heard of salt and pepper, have you, Henry? Because you weren't born.
I know, I've heard of them.
Oh, that's right, because you do frequent Portsmouth's favourite 90s watering
60.
hole.
We had a 90s music themed round on the quiz on Monday, and I'd let you know that I was
58.
fairly good on that.
What band were they talking about?
It was 90s summer hits. So there wasn't nothing about bands or whatever.
That
but-
could be anything then.
Yeah, it was a little bit of everything. You had a bit of Bryan Adams, a bit of the
59.
Spice Girls, and
Safe to say, I'm confident that Kurt is not really into the
46.
Spice Girls. Strikes me as more of a Stereophonics kind of guy.
well, he's looking to have a nice day here. Is Kurt?
I think he's very happy that we don't play this tournament in Dakota.
180.
Oh, that would be hot.
North or south. What's South Dakota's famous for?
85.
Mount Rushmore.
Scott, you require 142.
And that would usually lead to, who would you put on your Mount Rushmore of darts? It's the world's most boring question. But these finishes aren't boring, are they, Scott? Tell us. It's
Game
fabulous.
shot on the fourth leg.
Stick
Scott
that on the top of your
Campbell.
mountain.
Fifth leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
Wow, wow, wow. That's all Kurt Parry could say. Because I suppose that is probably systematic of his
100.
week so far. But if there's any kind of saving grace, it was only a holder throw for Scott there. And so he has the darts in 2 of the 3 remaining legs. Should we go there?
Somebody's starting to warm up. This is one of
100.
those Scott Campbell performances that we really do expect from him. Mid-90s, decent doubling. It's actually better than decent. It's 2 from 4.
125.
But a performance like this is a source of frustration for Parry. He could easily be in the distance, but he isn't. He's now in a bit of a Brahma.
$140.
He's got this ability, Scott Campbell, and we said it yesterday, and I'm not sure there's many players that do it as well as him, that regardless of a situation or a scenario in a game, he can
125.
just find a way. He could be outplayed in matches, but still find a way to win.
I just wonder if Kurt is starting to get frustrated with one bad dart per visit. If you look at his last 4 visits,
60.
85,
151.
ton, 125 twice. He just seems to be drifting on one dart per visit.
190.
And it happened once again. But this time it was to the right.
$44. Kurt, you require 32.
Double 16.
Game shot on the fifth
13
leg.
darter. Parry
Parry.
3-2 up. I tell you what does surprise me about Kurt is, and I know a lot of the
Sixth leg,
darts that he
it's
played on
Scott
the
to
Pro
throw
Tour
first.
circuit was before
Game
the
on.
days of Dart Connect, so it's probably not a true representation. But his highest ever recorded average in a game outside the Super Series is 100.63.
44.
I can guarantee you this, that he's definitely had a completed game better than that.
Oh, 100%. It's just the way, obviously, the totals have been tallied in that. And as I say, a lot of his games he played on the Pro Tour would have been before the
180.
days Dart Connect came into play. So there's probably like 112 in there somewhere, which we'll never, ever know about.
In this building, he's definitely had 107 plus. Parry just can't shake Campbell off.
180.
This game has gone into mega overdrive.
And the way Scott Campbell's played, Kurt
180.
Parry might need to hit this 9 darter to win it. 3 180s in a row. 7 all told in the game. And is Kurt Parry going to finish with a
43.
perfect
No,
flourish?
you require 141.
He had a couple of cracks at it yesterday. Not this time. But he's the person this week
105.
that is getting closer to the perfect leg than anybody.
Well, potential 10 darter to win it. We said that Scott Campbell had to improve to win this game, and to his credit, he has
64.
improved, but
Kurt, you
I
require
think he's just going to have to put his
36.
hands up here because Kurt Parry
No
has
score.
found another gear, but he hasn't quite
Scott,
found
you
the checkered
require
flag as of yet.
170.
He's 7 from 26 on the doubles today. And he could still be undefeated. Campbell gets a free hit. That is spot on. Look at Kurt in the background. He's expecting him to get this second treble. And it is a surprise he didn't get it.
So Parry comes back for 36 to get the job done.
130. Kurt, you require 36.
And to get his second win of the day, they're moving to within 2 points of Scott Campbell at the third place spot in the group, the final spot on offer in Group B. But match starts have
27.
come and gone. And guess what? Scott Campbell, the king of the 4 threes, has
Scott,
got an
you
opportunity to take
40.
us to a last leg decider for the first time today.
Game shot
There
on
you
the
have
sixth
it.
leg. Scott Campbell.
So what happens next? Parry was shaking his head when it was
Seventh and
2-2.
final leg, it's Kurt. to
He's got
throw
more
first.
likelihood to
Game
shake
on.
it now because he could be in the practice room right now saying, I've won 2 out of 2.
And you could totally understand where he's
100.
coming from as well. You could totally understand why he is cutting this figure of frustration.
If you look at the score sheet and you haven't seen this game organically, you'll probably say to yourself, it's a tight contest. We know that Kurt has missed a lot more doubles.
140.
How has he got that in?
40.
You know how Luke Humphreys finds a 140 like that? He does it by caressing the dart through the air. Campbell does it with force.
60.
And it feels like he's forced the issue here with Kurt Parry, who possibly might have been hit by one haymaker too many. That 142, it feels like it's just taken the sting out the tail a little bit.
60.
Wouldn't mind another 180. We've had 7 in the game.
85.
At least with that, he gives himself a half-dart lead. He's not going to move.
60.
He should have moved back the other way to open up the treble 20. Well, Parry couldn't move. He was cornered here on 256. Switching, if you're going to do it,
45.
you've got to do it on dart 2. You can't do it on dart 3 because if you get 97, you leave 159.
So Campbell hit 6 darts from 241 to get the job done. And to just about keep him in the mix. And it's a win that would pretty much ensure that Kurt Parry will be
97.
playing in Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon.
97. Scott, you're
That's where 97 could be beneficial. It feels like Parry's had a half dart lead for most of this leg.
I'll tell you one thing, if Parry finds this 114, he will feel as sweet as a nut.
114.
And the way this game's gone, it'll be an ironic way to finish, but it'll make him feel so good about himself. It doesn't go.
Scott,
Scott Campbell has survived a match start. He's now going to get a match start.
He's got more than one if he needs them.
Game shot.
He was able to do what Kurt Parry
Scott
couldn't.
Campbell.
That's what that game is in a nutshell. 7 match darts missed by Kurt Parry over the last couple of legs. And the Scotsman, who was in a dogfight to win this group, is still very much in the fray with 2 extremely valuable points. That 142 checkout was brilliant, but the 4-3 win is better.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's
required
gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
required
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia required
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where on the stage now is Kevin Lankhausen and Jemai van den Herik. And before the break, Scott Campbell moved himself onto 16 points of the group, courtesy of a 4-3 win against Kurt Parry. That means a win in this one for Jemai. I mean, we'd have 3 players tied on 16 at the top of the group going into the third round of fixtures for the day. An intriguing day in this Group A as we head towards its close. For Jemai, well, he was the player of yesterday's session. He won all 5 games. He actually lost his first game since around about 12 o'clock on Monday in his first game of the day. That was a 4-2 defeat to Sam Spivey. Missed 6 starts at a double in that opening contest. But you get the sense that if both players play to type in this particular game, then Jemai should be able to claim 2 points in this one, which would see him back to the top of the table.
Yes, because of his leg difference, any victory will be good enough. And regardless of this result, we are going to have a dogfight for that top spot.
140.
It's going to be a really interesting baptism of fire for young Jemai. And then if you think about Spivey and Campbell,
54.
they've got form for winning groups by fine margins. So maybe this young Dutchman is a little bit towards the inexperienced side when it comes to things like this.
140.
Now, I've seen something which is going to really rattle your cage, Nico, because have a look at the flights of Kevin Lankhausen.
58.
2 and 1, but this time it's white flights as opposed to the black flights he had in the first game.
He is doing my head in with this.
121.
I think he's doing it just to keep himself guessing. I wouldn't mind being the dart shot where he gets his stuff, because he's the kind of person who would say, I'll have one colour of everything.
Game shot on the first.
But he is 1-0 down.
Jemai van der Herik. Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
He's showing a great deal of composure for a 22-year-old.
Fair to say why he's beyond his years.
Do you know what? I'm not going to say yes on that one. Because the way they educate their kids in the Netherlands, the way they nurture their young dart players, you look at someone like Jurjen van der Velde, Kian van Veen, even
60.
Some of the established stars that we have these days when they were kids, like Michael van Gerwen and Barry van Peer, Jelle Klaassen, and others. It seems to me
60.
like the Netherlands have cracked it. When it comes to getting world-class stars, they know how to nurture the next generation.
140.
Maybe they've been doing it longer than anybody else. Whatever your opinion of the Netherlands when it comes to this sport,
100.
they are brilliant at what they do.
Well, have a look at some of the events that they hold out there for the youth and for the seniors. The
43.
The NDB who do a superb job out there. Well, in fact, the NDB get funding from the government out in the Netherlands, which means that infrastructure, academies, venues to play darts, they've got the money in the bank there to make those improvements and have an environment where you are just ready to go when you get to this kind of stage.
Yeah, let's pick up on that conversation because it's a really interesting one. Lankhausen needs a 57 to leave tops.
57.
He was throwing that from Southampton.
$85. Kevin, you require 78.
So for a level game. Oh, Cardinals in.
19. Jemai require 100.
And he's not even left himself on a double upon his return.
I don't even know how to describe that. I wouldn't be surprised if Lankhausen's feeling a little embarrassed right now.
91.
At least he's coming back.
59.
I'm trying to see the glass half full.
And you know what happens in these... Oh, my goodness. What's happening here? But you know what happens here?
Kevin Lankhausen.
Because when something like that happens, the double usually goes first time to win the leg. He cracks a smile, but I tell you now, Jamai van den Herik inside is going to be enraged.
I know what the tag's going to be on social media for that one. 6 bonkers darts. Yeah, that discussion you were beginning in the previous leg about government funding. I don't want to cause too much of a furor here, but can you imagine if some of the people who took over at the BDO went to the government and asked for funding? They would be laughed out the door.
140.
You have to cultivate relationships with government in order to make sure that darts is in the right place for the next generation. There are countries in Europe who've had really good relationships with government. The Netherlands, Czechia, Romania. 3 excellent examples of this, where they have government backing to make sure that this sport thrives for the next couple of decades. Do we have that in this country? We are, without a doubt, working towards that. With things like national numeracy, backed by Rachel Riley, and some great work done by Kirk Bevins and Devon Peterson. We're approaching it in the right way. We're looking at it from the mathematical point of view and using the skills of a dart player almost as a secondary tool.
That's why we are seeing so many talents like Jamai come out of the Netherlands. Belgium, of course, a very big area in terms of growth for this game. And Kevin Lankhausen, another brilliant Belgian we've seen at the Super Series, doing brilliant things. And that's a 110 finish to break the throw and go 2-1 up.
Full flag, it's Kevin to throw first.
From the sublime to the ridiculous, or should I say the other way round? From the ridiculous to the sublime.
23.
Maybe it was sublime to the ridiculous after all.
We've gone from the ridiculous to the sublime to the borderline comical. He's having a bit of an adventure in this game.
125.
Now, as you know, I'm fairly good pals with Marco Meyer, really top Dutch referee, and we've had conversations at the Lakeside over this in the past, and he's mentioned that, yes, the NDB have a lot of money, a lot of resource. As we have a look at the averages there, have a look at that. Jamai averaging 95 now, Kevin 73. But one thing that he was saying is the NDB, they haven't got an endless pit of money, but they've got
85.
Perhaps more money than most of the other national associations. Now, for them, it could be so easy to splash that cash on competition with big prizes, big winners. But no, they have a proper tour system in place, and the top players embrace it, like Danny Van Schuip, Wesley Plazier was playing it largely, Jimmy Van Schie plays it, and if you win them, they're big things. There's a system in place for youth players, and some of the darts clubs and some of the academies in the Netherlands are, if they were built in the UK, we'd be envious. We're absolutely envious of some of the facilities that they have.
It's a cultural difference between the UK and the Netherlands. We might only be separated by a small stretch of water.
105.
But the Netherlands get a lot more right than we do. I'm not going to get into a political discussion, that's for sure. But it is tops. I thought he disappeared for a second there.
Wanted to come into the conversation. But if he loses this game, he could be out of the conversation to win the group.
59.
That's been his miss this week, hasn't it?
167.
Yeah, if he's missed tops, he's missed it low.
43.
He might not be playing
20.
in a game that is very fortuitous for him, but what he's got to do is cling on.
Because the way this game's going, Kevin Lankhausen takes out the 1-2-4. But he's not even going to get a look at it. Back level yard. 2-2.
Jamai van den Herik. Fifth leg, it's Jamai to throw first. Game on.
You've been to the Netherlands, Henry.
I was due to, and then I had to cancel the holiday.
140.
There's one thing, because I was there recently with the European tour. I look at the world very differently these days.
81.
And I was walking around the town of Zaltbommel. And on a Friday late morning, so around about, say, 9:30, 10 o'clock, I'm walking around that small town.
96.
There was nobody there. Surrounded by townhouses and a town centre. There was barely any people there.
60.
Because they were all at work. Now, like I said, I'm not getting into a political conversation here, but if you walk around North End in Portsmouth, there's so many people.
58.
Make of that what you will.
161.
My point is, the Netherlands and the UK are very different countries, even though they are geographically very close together.
87.
I think we could learn a thing or two from the Netherlands and how they conduct their business when it comes to sport. I think it's a fabulous country.
136. Jemima 174.
And pioneers in more ways than one. As Jemima looks at 74 to move in front. And if the truth be told, he's been the better player in this game.
Game shot
and
the
so
fifth
he is the rightful holder of the lead. And he moves to within a leg of 16 points. And it will put him back to the top of the group by way of legs difference over Sam Spivey.
43.
This is the end of round 2. In round 3, you've got Campbell versus this young Dutchman
95.
at the very end of the round. Spivey will take on this man in yellow.
180.
As if 3 trebles wasn't enough, he points to the treble and says, yep, that was a 180.
140.
As could that have been? I think if Lankhausen makes Saturday this week, forget about the result on Saturday. Just making Saturday for him would be a huge result.
I completely, wholeheartedly agree with you there. It's going to be through Group C. And it's going to be a very tough Group C. But he has shown in spells how quality and how good an operator he is. But is this game going to be finished with a big fish? Bullseye says yes. Kevin Lankhausen had his arm in the air thinking it was going.
Kevin in 198.
He had his hand up as if he was the kid at the back of the class saying, I know the answer. Does he know this answer?
66.
Doesn't look like he's got it. It's not in, Kevin.
And so this is to return to the top of the table. 43 required for a 4-2 win. And because of its healthy legs difference, Jemima van den Herik would have returned to the summit. But Lankhausen looking at the same target opponents just missed.
2 4s to cling on.
28.
He knew it wasn't in. And this is more likely in.
32.
Chance for Van den Herik to join the party at the top of the table.
Double 16.
Game shot and the match. Jemima van den Herik.
Double 16 puts Jemima van den Herik on to 16 points in the group. 3 players all tied at the top of the pile, but because of his superior legs difference, he is top of the table. Next up, Martin Turner and Kurt Parry. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. This is what we've seen so far on this Wednesday morning. Before the break, Jemai van den Herik got the better of Kevin Lankhausen by 4-2. That means we have 3 players tied at the top of this Group A table. 16 points apiece for Jemai van den Herik, Sam Spivey and Scott Campbell. It means that them 3, well, they got the first step, They're pretty much now guaranteed to be playing in Group B on Thursday and Friday night, but they will be wanting to win the group. Von Kurt Parry in 4th position, Kevin Lankhausen in 5th, and Martin Turner, who must be thinking, how on earth he's bottom of the table the way he's played so far this week. But he has an opportunity to pick up a win here against Kurt Parry, who similarly is probably scratching his head as to how he's in the position he's in, because he's played some good stuff, particularly in the scoring phases of legs, but when it's come to his doubling, it has been a source of concern for the Welshman, who took him and his partner Richie Burnett to the final of international pairs for Wales, losing out to the Dutch duo of Jimmy van Schie and Danny van Tripe on that particular occasion. We announced earlier on today that Sweden will be here. The players they'll be playing for them will be revealed on Saturday. Fair few people have already been getting in touch with us via our social media channels. It's at MSS Darts. If you do want to get in contact with us today, you can send your questions, your comments, your thoughts, your observations in. Any questions you got for Paul Nicholson alongside me in the commentary box, then we will answer some of the clean and sensible ones. Perhaps no surprise looking at the people that have sent in their thoughts and comments as to who will be representing the Swedish pair, that Andreas Harrison comes up more often than anybody else as to players that would be playing for Sweden.
93.
He is in pretty good form. He did just make the last 16 of the European Darts Open.
45.
A couple of other suggestions. Daniel Larsson has been suggested as a potential player that could represent them. Dennis Nilsson got to the semi-finals, didn't he, at the Lakeside back in December last year.
Sweden have got a few to pick from at the minute. You could have Östlund, you could have Harrison, Larsson,
58.
Nielsen,
170.
Engström.
The sweet ferret. This would be a sweet finish. That would have been the big fish for Kurt Parry.
Martin Yevok 164.
This one's on, but not for long.
132. Kurt Yevok.
Yeah, this game is not going to take very long. They are swift.
Game shot on the first.
And that's more like it. He's surprised that he's taken a double at the first time of asking on that turn.
Second leg, it's Kurt to
I get the sense whatever happens, Kurt Parry's going to get out of here, try and forget this Group A, and try and get his head switched on for a fresh campaign on 0 points wherever he's pitted tomorrow.
84.
I feel like I'm having this question come up quite a lot today, but have you ever been to York?
41.
Yes, I have. Beautiful part of the world. Absolutely stunning.
140.
Yeah, famous for quite a lot of things. I'm sure Martin doesn't take the city of York for granted.
95.
Because you know what they say about stuff being on your doorstep, you don't tend to look at it as intently.
140.
I was saying that about Ogmavale yesterday, about Kurt, where he's from. It's a beautiful part of South Wales. But York, architecturally,
59.
is one of the leading places in the world for a few different reasons.
59.
However, I didn't know that York was famous for chocolate. Looking for something sweet.
Game show on the
and all of a sudden he can't miss a double.
Kurt Parry.
14 followed by a 15, 103.660 averages. Exactly what he did in the opening couple of legs of his game against Kevin Lankhausen for missing a fair few darts at a double before sealing a 4-0 win. They got a beautiful tea room. You'd love it. You'd love this, Nico. They got a beautiful tea room called Betty's in York. It's absolutely the best afternoon tea you'll ever have.
Are you trying to say that I'm an afternoon tea kind of guy?
I reckon you'd be partial to a good afternoon tea.
I've only ever done it once, and it was in Truro in Cornwall.
100.
I think there's a lot of things about York that are very appealing.
100.
The Shambles, the York City Walls, the Jorvik Viking Centre, because it has a very distinctive
60.
Viking past. And the National Railway Museum, which I'm sure our colleague Kirk Bevins has frequented a few times when he's not
100. Okay, you're
standing on
161.
platforms taking numbers.
Very good in there, actually. Went there really nice. And of course, we play darts in York,
61.
don't we?
Arsenal
The
record
Barbican
104.
hosts a World Seniors Major on an annual basis. Maybe one of the things in Martin Turner's repertoire
Game
this
shot
year.
on the third
But that
leg.
is a 104
Martin
to
Turner.
get himself back in the contest, back to 2-1.
Full
And he's had
flag,
this
it's Kurt
ability
to
this
throw
week
first.
as the man from
Game
York
on.
to take out big finishes and continue to pile it upon opponents.
100.
I've got to the bottom of the chocolate thing, by the way. Apparently, York is called the City of Chocolate because famous chocolate brands were actually born there. If you're partial to a very spherical chocolate that has got a hint of citrus to it at Christmas, that's where that was invented.
100.
It's one of those things that just don't teach you in
60.
school. A bit like the banoffee pie being invented in Sussex. How did that happen?
Well, someone baked it.
55.
Sussex aren't noted for their bananas, are they? A bit like the chicken tikka masala was invented in the UK.
57.
It's not an Indian dish, it's actually a British dish.
$85.
That's probably as far as the heat goes for me when it comes to a curry.
I'll try a bit of Welsh rarebit instead. That's like cheese on toast on steroids.
60. Okay, you're 161.
Great second dart.
121.
And the third isn't bad either. That's a beautiful play from Parry.
He's left Tots to move 3-1 up in this contest, averaging just underneath the ton,
58.
99.86
Okay, require 40.
at this present moment in time. Double 10
Game shot on the fourth leg.
puts him two
Kurt
clear with
Parry.
one left to win.
Fifth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
98.5 average. 60% on doubles.
77.
Is it any wonder that when he plays a game like he did in round 2, he gets frustrated?
You know what we said earlier about players like Kurt
137.
Parry having beginnings of the weeks that he had and then suddenly it all clicks? I know it's a one-off performance, but is this the beginning of a click in the right direction?
121.
Maybe ask that at the end of the game. Because he did everything right
85.
in that game with Campbell. He just didn't finish it off. He had 7 darts to win the match. Had he won it 4-2, he would have said that was a really
95.
good performance. It's like going to the opera. You might be enjoying it, but if the ending's a bit of a
59.
bummer, you think, well, it wasn't that good. Every performance in darts needs a good end.
100.
And it may not end as soon as Kurt Parry wants because Turner's left himself on another ton plus finish. So he's taken out the 104 in this game.
100.
Tried to
Martin to
shoehorn a
108.
Another treble in what looked like a fairly blocked bed. Stays there. Double 14. Likes his target.
Game
Gets the
shot on
target.
fifth leg.
Martin Turner's won 2
Martin
legs in
Turner.
this game. They've been with 2 ton plus checkouts. And Kurt Parry at
leg,
this
it's
point is
Kurt
just
to throw
expecting
first.
of everything
Game on.
his opponent goes for getting hit.
Yeah, just to prove that, Campbell was 4 from 6 on the doubles against him.
177.
Martin Turner's 2 from 2. And he just won't leave Parry alone.
180. $97.
That is a lovely dart. That keeps the pressure on Turner. What pressure?
140.
He's been doing this, hasn't he, at times this week, Martin? Playing in these 2 3-leg runs where he could pile in some really good legs, but the big problem has been doing it over the sustained course of a match.
He's just really hard to beat.
136.
He might be beaten.
120.
That is a match start to win 4-2 again, and he might be stopped again. 3 from 3.
Martin Turner.
Kurt Parry, I have no words. He's playing a stunning game. He's made one mistake. He's missed double 8 for a 136. And his opponents have got him on a bungee cord.
He's averaging 101.63 and he's being pushed to the brink. But when you've got scoring power like that, you give yourself every chance.
Oh, come on.
99.
This is a great game.
Kurt Parry's luck today would be he'd hit another 180. Hit the treble 20, treble 19, and the double 12 would bounce out the bed.
140.
Who's favourite now? Oh, his biggest weapon has shown up. Surely he's going to get another to win this game. But by no means is it certain.
90.
You could tell inside Kurt Parry is raging and he is using and channeling that aggression perfectly. 75 left. 25 in ball and he's got the perfect marker.
Oh, what?
35.
I'm sure that hits the 25 or slightly outside the ball. This would be for a third ton plus checkout in the game.
54.
And at least with the dart out the board, Parry's got the choice of whatever double he wants to leave.
Well, he had a match start at double 8 on the back of the 136 in the previous leg, but he's going to find the double 16 there. And that, for Kurt Parry, is an average of 102.47. It's not even his highest of the week so far, but he has managed to just about get over the line against a dogged Martin Turner, who made him push all the way and force him to win that game. Well, the numbers were spectacular from that game. It's a really good contest. Coming up after the break, it is Sam Spivey in action against Kevin Lankhausen. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receiving the trophy, £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. For the break, Kurt Parry got the better of Martin Turner in a last leg decider 4-3. What a performance it was from him. Average of 102.47. Couple of maximums in there. 4 from 8 in terms of his doubling. Really good performance that from Kurt. But now we switch our attention to the top of the table and a meeting between Sam Spivey and Kevin Lankhausen. Sam can, for the first time in this group today, go to the top of the table on 18 points going into a round of fixtures with Scott Campbell and Jemai van den Herik going toe-to-toe in game number 9. So if he wins this one, he'll go clear with one of his opponents guaranteed to drop points. So the uniformity of 3 players tangling all the way to the line would come to a close. So far, it's been better, hasn't it, from Sam Spivey? Better start.
83.
And 96.97 in his previous game against Martin Turner is pretty much up there with his best performance of the week.
95.
If you look at the fixtures, Henry, there is a possibility that Sam could lead this table only once. Right at the end.
59.
He plays Campbell in game 14. The game after that is Turner versus this man. That's not going to have a bearing on who wins the group.
85.
So at the end of game 14, if that's the first time that Spivey leads the table, that's the only time he needs to lead it. But in order to have the chance of
60.
leading, he's going to have to win 2 of his last 3 games. That is the same for anybody.
180.
It's the same for Campbell and for van den Herik, who play each other next at the end of round 3. And what is Sam Spivey doing on 299?
Well, he's very quickly realised the error of his ways, hasn't he?
137. Kevin Ibrahim.
And he's allowed Kevin Lankhausen 6 on this 1-4-1 to take the opening leg.
59.
He might not be out of the woods yet. Spivey might just get 6 from here. Should use the ball.
100. Kevin Ibrahim.
Didn't even entertain the centre of the board.
He's going to get a dart.
44.
But
Samuel
it's fair to say
62.
so far today, Kevin Lankhausen has had some darts which have gone in some iffy directions. It's double 10 for Spivey, double 5
57.
inside.
Kevin
Well, he's hit double
Ibrahim,
19
38.
today as Kevin didn't intentionally want to hit it.
Game
He's
shot
hit
on the
it
first
again.
leg. Kevin
And
Lankhausen.
how has he hit it there? That's either had a really
Second leg,
peculiar
it's
reaction
Kevin
off
to
the
throw
flight, or that
first.
was
Game on.
a bit of artistry. Oh, peculiarly, if you look at the record of parry against certain
58.
players, he's now got a 2-1 lead against Lankhausen this week after playing him 3 times. He has lost all of his games to Scott Campbell.
140.
And he's beaten Martin Turner all 3 times. If you want to find out where Kurt Parry has let this slip,
100.
you're going to have to look at the Campbell games. If he'd won 2 of those games, he would be on 16 points, and Campbell would be on 14. Case closed.
93.
What's Sam Spivey?
41.
What do you like in your toast, Henry? I like a bit of spam spivey.
It's better than the other name I've given him.
Oh, Palm spivey.
56.
Oh, God. No, what he doesn't want to do here is do all the hard work and then it all go wrong. He's won his first 2. He's put himself in situ. He doesn't want to lose this one, and he'll just feel like all the gains he's made is gone a begging.
I know what you mean. He's played the patient game, hasn't he?
58. Sam, you've required 106.
He's got to stick himself into position so that when he plays that last game today, he can still win the group. He can win this leg with an absolute thriller.
140. Kevin, you require
There's a
136.
lot of dart in the way there. Lag counts of 136. It's gone 16s.
Interesting. 2 treble 16s would have left him on tops.
56. Sam, you require 20.
He really does have a reaction on dart 3, doesn't he?
Game shot on the
But that's the
second
reaction
leg.
of Spivey.
Sam Spivey.
Spam Spivey.
Third leg, it's Sam to throw
Please.
first. Game on.
I've only given him one bad name. We don't need any more. And that one was an accidental slip.
Well, that's what they used to carry during the war, wasn't it? Cans of spam.
60.
I can't imagine you being a great teacher of a spam sandwich.
Yeah, I haven't had one of those since I was a kid.
58.
Ain't nothing wrong with a good spam sandwich.
I really hope that's not a euphemism for something.
60.
Can we get back to the darts?
58.
Please.
Because we're going down a rabbit hole, which really I don't really want to go down. Spivey, with a win in this game, as you say, goes back to the top of the table. Seaside Sam.
That's what he wants to be called. So we should
99.
honour that. And some of these players, they just want to be known for who they are. Some people don't want nicknames. Some people want a very easy nickname like Walshy, Chizzy. Not everybody's going to have something complicated that needs explaining. Sam is from the seaside.
100.
He's Seaside Sam. It's as simple as that.
Other nicknames are available.
97.
But he has got 6 darts from here. He got broken in the first leg, broke back in the second, but is he just beginning to get to grips of this contest?
129.
Bit of a slip with the last means he's going to have to spur one when he comes back. And I'm going to give you one wild guess as to what his first target's going to be, because he'll do anything in his power to leave himself double top.
21. Sam, you've required 53.
And you've got plenty of time.
Game shot on the
Only
third
needs the
leg.
one dart.
Sam Spivey.
Am I perhaps right in saying
leg,
that
it's
his
Kevin to
doubling
throw
feels very
first.
hit or
Game.
miss? He either gets it first dart or he's toiling around a little bit.
That might have something to do with the angles that he has
60.
to use on darts outside the outer ring, or maybe some of the beds that he's blocking with this very upright angle.
100.
I've got another darting limerick, this time for Spivey.
Oh, God.
There once was a darter named Sam, who wasn't fond of
45.
ham. He wants to win Group A. 2 days he doesn't want to play, so don't refer to him as spam.
60.
Should I just write my own resignation letter now?
Write your own limericks. They're good fun.
41.
I think Sid Waddell and Dave Lanning used to do limericks back in the day.
$140.
He's got this game in the palm of his hand right now.
100.
And Lankhausen is not having a good day. As each day goes by, his output is getting a little bit worse. And people are starting to expose
105.
his experience level. And now he hasn't got the yellow
100.
flight. What's going on?
196.
Double 18.
Game show on the full
3-1.
flag.
Break a throw.
Sam
Spivey's got the darts for the match for 4-1 win.
Fifth flag, it's Sam to throw first. Game on.
I think there's a lot about this lad that people can learn from. The way he conducts himself on stage. He could genuinely go a long way.
180.
Can I be honest? Really honest in
51.
my assessment? I wholeheartedly agree with you. Wholeheartedly agree. I think there's so much there. The way he plays, the way he conducts himself, the way he goes about his business, I think is so admirable.
I think his outlook on the sport
140.
is really commendable. He was talking about that with us earlier on his tungsten talk. But the way he's shown patience throughout this
100.
group, because he didn't start it very well. He played poorly on Monday morning. But did he let it bother him? Not in the slightest.
All I would say is I think
65.
a couple of years at this level, playing this, doing well on the challenge, or doing the world of good. I just wonder if, say, he won a tour card in January next year, whether that would be just a little
90.
bit too early for him.
Sammy Rock 100.
Yeah, I think 2027 or maybe a year after that would work perfectly. Staying at this level for a while is not a bad thing.
Because I think this is a guy that can just come and come and come again.
100.
Weekly winner, Champions Week runner-up, and in a good position here to qualify for what would be a
41.
third consecutive
Sammy Rock
Saturday
60.
night. He can put himself to the top of the table if he finds his double 8.
Game show.
No
and the
mistake.
match.
That
Sam
was a
Spivey.
ruthless display from Sam Spivey. He shut the door on Kevin Lankhausen in that one. And he may well be opening up doors for himself. Have a look at that. Average just under 95, 4 from 8 on his doubles. This is more like it from Spivey, man. He beats Kevin Lankhausen 4-1. Campbell and Jamai van den Heerlijk in a huge game after the break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Hi there, welcome back. You're watching Pluto TV and its continuing coverage of the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Sam Spivey complete a 4-1 win over Kevin Lankhausen, averaging just under 95 in that contest. 4 from 8 in terms of his doubling. Well, for one of these two, they will join him on 18 points in the group. The loser, well, they'll have a lot of work to do. They'll be 2 points behind, 4 points to play for, and there's 2 players on that particular mark as well. You could say this is a winner stays on game in terms of winning this group.
Yeah, I know what you mean, because Spivey is back in the next game against Parry.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
This is officially the thick end of the stick, as they say. And this is where Scott Campbell, in Champions Week, in Group A, really did find his best darts. He put in 2 ton plus averages, beating who he needed to beat. But if we are being frank, he's not in that kind of form right now.
98.
So he's going to have to dig a little deeper.
Intrigued to see how Jemai deals with the pace of Scott in this one, because so far this week, Jemai has played his best against, I suppose, the players that have had a little bit more pace. The matches against Scott and Sam have not always gone to plan for him.
I'll speak to anybody who's a bit of a swift player. You stick them up against someone who is completely the opposite to them, and they don't like it. We live in a generation where things come at you very fast. Social media sites, anything that you want is at the tip of your fingers.
140.
So when you get a 22-year-old player that plays quickly, he's up against someone more than a decade his senior. Scott Campbell is a bit like having dial-up. You're going to get your information, but you're going to have to wait for it.
43.
There's a whole generation of people watching this program wondering what dial-up Wi-Fi is.
Dial-up is when you could access the internet, but you had to do so on the telephone line, and you couldn't have both at the same time unless you had a very, very fancy system.
Do you remember Club Call? Do you remember back in the 90s where you'd ring up a phone number to see what your football team did?
No, I never used to use those kind of services. I used to wait for the paper the next day.
Or CFAX.
Or teletext. That's how you used to book holidays.
47. Jemai Rock 100.
You were gutted when the page went away and you had to wait another 5 minutes to come around.
106 is not going to go, although that was in the treble one anyway, so it's not going to do too much damage. And the position that Scott's in his leg, it's not going to be damaging either way.
You can see him in the background just exercising good breathing techniques. Inhaling and then slowly exhaling as we have another dart on the floor.
120. Jemai require 68.
You're seeing the lighter side of it now. He might not be in a second. He has lost a leg.
First leg. Jemai van den Herik.
Everything that Jemai is doing now
Game
is being done with a deliberate mindset. Looks like his stride patterns, the way he's breathing, the rhythm he's playing at.
71.
I'm going in the dark with this because I don't know the kid and I don't know who's looked after him over the last few years. But what I'm seeing is someone who is handling pressure well.
100.
And if we be honest, we looked at this week and we know how good he's been on the Challenge Tour this year, but we thought this would be a golden test to see really where he stands in a stage environment,
99.
with cameras in front of him. And we know that players will throw it back at him, particularly when you saw the players that were involved in this particular group. And we thought we really will see and we'll really test his capabilities. And I know he got off to a slow start on Monday, but ever since he's got that first win, he's just looked so likely.
100.
And as you say, the temperament cannot be questioned one bit. And it could have been so easy. On his debut, lost 3 games.
100.
A young player, maybe he could have let his head drop a little. But there wasn't even any signs of that. There was no signs of any dejection whatsoever when things were going wrong.
And there's no guarantee that you'll make Saturday on your first time here. Jimmy Van Schie didn't. When he came here for the second time, he figured it out.
180.
And he's been to Saturday every time since. And maybe Van den Herik, who will know Jimmy quite well. Maybe he could be something similar.
Scott, you require 121.
Sure, we'll see Jimmy Van Schie in due course in Series 11. And if we do, and he gets through to Saturday, don't expect it to be a quiet affair, as Campbell looks at treble 17. And, well, it wasn't a quiet night when Scott Campbell won his week because he was in the same building beating Peter Wachuri. And let's say it got very, very lively inside the live lounge.
47.
So it was the lively lounge.
You require 91.
$74 left. And he takes the remainder.
Second leg.
Doesn't even give Campbell a
Jemai
shot
van den
at
Herik.
what he's just hit with 2 darts. That was a great check out from Jemai.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw
This
first.
boy's good.
Game
This
on.
boy's really good.
Scott's going to be playing Six Nations darts pretty soon.
121.
He's going to be up against a great deal of talents from a few different countries. The way that Jemai's playing in this game, he's going to be very happy he's not in the Dutch squad.
Yeah, boys, one of the highlights of the international dart in Canada, the Six Nations. Same weekend, the Four Nations take place.
45.
And of course, all eyes will be on South Korea in September for the World Cup.
91.
At this point in time, knowing what you know, Henry, who do you think
60.
is the favourite for the World Cup teams event? Now, when we had the Europe Cup last year, we had the same conversation and we both piped for Sweden. And they were the best team. So if we branch out,
60.
we're talking about World Cup glory. Who could it be?
Well, Sweden have got weaker because of the fact that Tingström and Lukasiak have picked up cards. Still got the likes of House, still got the likes of Engström in there. I tell you what, the United States could have a very good chance. Gates, Spellman, Bunce.
Wow. That was an implosion. He hit the stem
23.
and kaboom. He's going to need Guido from Cars to fix that dart.
It's time for a pit stop.
$43.
I think we should talk about the World Cup because this pit stop might take some time. Well, it's not too bad, actually. Good job. Yeah, I think there could be some nations that will have a very big impact. I think Japan might be hard to beat.
92.
They've got a really good squad.
167.
Maybe even the Aussies and the Canadians might have a decent shout. Speaking of shouts, he's decided not to go for this.
Scott, your record 160.
The gauntlet has been laid down.
Do we remember when Sam Spivey was told he couldn't take out 144 yesterday? But it turns out Sam Spivey and Scott Campbell are two different imposters. So Jemai here back for 32.
40.
For a 3-0 lead.
32.
And I've got to say, he has looked incredibly comfortable. Scott's really not got going in this game. And I just wonder whether he feels like he may have achieved what he needed to achieve today, and that's getting Group B, because it looks like now his chance of winning this group
No score.
finning and finning. But
Scott,
3
you
missed darts
require
there means that Campbell
120.
comes back for 120.
He's got to work on that double 16. He's got to find a higher sweet spot. If he misses it outside and low, he's going to block everything. Miss it high and left. High and left on the single here. That'll do. It's got to be from the other side now. And that is how you find a key 120. That was very much worth waiting for.
Number 3 of the day in the Tub Plus department for Scott Campbell.
Jemai to throw first. Game on.
We said this yesterday, didn't we, about his matchcraft. The fact that regardless of the situation, regardless of the scenario, he's being outplayed in this game. There's absolutely no doubt about it. But he can still find ways of punishing opponents for misses. He can still find ways of clawing out results even though he shouldn't.
$59.
Do you want to know something about the Campbell career? He played in the World Masters Boys Tournament 20 years ago.
60.
And he lost to Jerry Hendricks. The man very famous for being like a fish on the stage. And consequently, later in life, Scott Campbell would lose to Jerry Hendricks in the World Masters men's tournament as well.
120.
You dig deep enough into people's careers and there will be a pattern.
Shall we dig into your career pattern against Wes Newton?
96.
Not if you want to live to hear the answer.
I'm sorry, I'm in one of their moods today.
Yeah, he's going to get his own chapter one day.
56.
Jemai here, 6 and 205 to re-establish the two-leg gap in this game.
105.
And that 25 there means he's left on a 2-darter.
Yeah, he's done it right this time. Earlier on in the day, we did see somebody on a number that required a 25 or bull to leave a 2-darter, but they persevered on the 60. It worked for them on that occasion, but that was the percentage shot.
100.
He could have been looking at 100 to win the match here by 4 legs to 0. But he would take 3-1. And all
80.
of a sudden, he's missing doubles. There have now been 6 misses at the outer ring, keeping Scott Campbell in this game for now.
And we should also mention how important every leg is, because prior to this game, there was just a leg between Jemai and Sam in terms of the legs difference. The tighter this game is, the better it is for Spivey. Because at least then he'll feel like if he wins his last 2 and he can win them handily, he shouldn't have to worry about legs different scenarios. But Jemai moves too clear. 3-1 to the good. And Scott Campbell, if he's going to have any chance of winning this group, is going to have to conjure something up. He was 10-11 on with the bookmakers at the beginning of the day. Jemai van den Herik was 2-1 with the bookies before a dart was thrown in anger. Well, it looks like it's going to be him and Sam Spivey, who was 10-3 against. And are going to be the 2 that will be pushing for the line here on this Wednesday afternoon.
100.
If this young man does win the group, what does he do in Portsmouth for a couple of days? I wouldn't be surprised if he starts to find other tournaments he can play in.
Seems a eager player, doesn't he, to want to play him whatever he wants. There's plenty you could do in Portsmouth on a Thursday.
140.
Xbox, PlayStation.
It wouldn't surprise me if
91.
someone of his age did bring something like that to a hotel situation to try and make it more of a home from home.
I know of players that have done it here in the past. Matthew Edgar spent 2 days playing Football Manager.
140.
Yeah, and Aston Villa still didn't win anything. Oh, come on, I'm allowed to make that joke for at least one season.
100. Scott, you require 100.
Yeah, but at least they've won a European Cup.
So did Newcastle back in 1969.
Another. Well, now just try and leave tops his opponent.
100.
Not on a finish. Left after 12. Much better leg this from Scott. Couple of 140s. Maybe just beginning to find the radar again.
100.
And if you do know one thing about Scott Campbell, he doesn't make life easy for his opponents.
No, he doesn't.
Game shot on the
There's
fifth
proof
leg.
of it.
Scott Campbell.
Resistance from the Scotland captain.
Well, he's forced
Six leg
Jemai
is Jemai
to
to
serve
throw
it out.
first.
At least when Scott Campbell was 3-1 down, he was 3-1 down the right way, wasn't he? In the fact that he only needed to break once to win the match. And that was a 13 darter.
55.
And now there's an opening that has presented itself because of that trebleless turn, or at least a lack of a power treble there from Jemai.
In true 2025 style, where everything is ranked on social media, who for you, Henry, are the top 5 Scottish dart players ever?
41.
The top 3 are easy.
Gary Anderson, Peter Wright, Jockey Wilson.
Correct.
From there, probably Robert
57.
Thornton.
Well done.
Cool, the 5th one.
Yeah, the 5th one is a...
The 5th one, there's a few people you can put in that discussion.
That's why I said 5.
100.
Because there's people like John Henderson, Ross Montgomery that can make some real valid points and some real valid conversations.
96.
Some people would say Hendo, some people would say Montgomery because of BDO or PDC records. Montgomery won more in the BDO than John, but John has won more in seniors and is a PDC World Cup winner. So it's very much up for interpretation, but I think everybody would agree that the top 4 are Anderson, Wright, Thornton, and Wilson.
140.
Maybe not in that order.
Well, why don't you get in touch with us here at the Super Series? We're at MSS Darts. Plenty of people getting in touch on the whole Sweden thing.
96.
A lot of people are clamouring for Harrison and Johan Engström to partner the Swedish, or be the Swedish partnership for that particular tournament.
Yeah, I think Engstrom is a very strong cat, or a strong ferret. Well, he's going to have to stay on the 20 here unless he wants to gamble somewhere else. He's got 180 left. He needs a single 20 or something skinnier.
59.
And he can't quite get there. Well, realistically, that was the only thing he could do. He had to give up on the 20s because it was blocked.
45. Scott, you require 100.
Well, this is to take us all the way to a last leg decider. Well, to be on this occasion, looking to leave it handy. He's going to have to find a treble here. Jamai's going to come back for 152 to get over the line 4-2, and it mean that
Jamai, require
him and Sam
152.
Spivey would be level on 18 points going into the final couple of rounds. Sam Spivey will want Scott Campbell to win this game. A, because the leg difference of Scott compared to Sam is better, and secondly, Sam Spivey can dictate the outcome because he plays Scott
95.
in the final game.
Yes, great
Scott, you
point.
require 120.
Which means that Spivey would like to see another 120 finish, and it would maintain Campbell's perfect record in finishing in this game. He can get past that. But not this time.
Well, it would have been his second 120 checkout of the match, not to be, and this is for the match. And this is for 18
60.
points. And it put
Jamai
Jamai Van Den
require
Heerlijk in a really good
57.
position because his legs difference is good. All he can do is hope. Well, that was very close to the treble.
17.
And the double doesn't correlate. And Scott Campbell, once again, is being given an opportunity.
Yeah, but look what he's got.
Scott, you require.
It's another
60.
checkout with a guaranteed blocker unless he misses the single. Or if he does an Andy Hamilton, goes for the small 20, which he won't.
Well, maybe the first time we've seen a concerned look on the face of Jamai Van Den Heerlijk. This is tops for a level game. Well, that diverted in and diverted out. And that pitch is
20.
just above.
Jamai, you require 40.
Van Den Heerlijk has been dragged into a slow game here. But that game is over and he's got two very valuable points. He's going back to the top of the table because his leg difference is better than Sam Spivey. Look at that from him. Two crucial points gained by a bit of a trudgy game in the end. Mid-80s averages, he won't care. He's got the points and he's running.
Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least two handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the hockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We completed 3 rounds worth of fixtures, and Scott Campbell, losing out there to Jamai van den Herik, means that he is in a spot above it. Looks like now from 3 horses we're down to 2 as we head to the final couple of furlongs of this race for Group A. Campbell stumbling at that particular fence means that it is Jamai van den Herik and Sam Spivey who are neck and neck, nose to nose going into the final couple of rounds worth of play. Scott Campbell just a bit further back on 16, Kurt Parry on 12, Lankhausen and Turner on 8 and 6 respectively. So this is game number 10 of the day, and it is a meeting between Kurt Parry and Sam Spivey. And this, for Spivey, has got all sorts of problems and dramas potentially all over it, because Kurt Parry last time out was amazing. 102.47 average, 4 from 8 on his doubles. He was still taken all the way by Martin Turner, but it just felt like it was clicking into place just a little bit better for him up against Spivey, who himself is having the best day he's had so far today. Averages of 86, 96,
First
94.
leg, it's Kurt to throw
Doubling
first.
has been fairly
Game on.
decent in every single game he's played, at least 33%, in most cases more. This has got the potential to be the best game of the day if they both
44.
play to type.
You're right about Spivey. He's 12 from 30 on the doubles today, which is very impressive. But maybe it's a question of which Kurt Parry turns up in this one. One thing we do know about Kurt is that his battle for the top 3 to get into Group B, it will end if he loses to Sam. Group C will be his destination the next 2 days if he does not win this game and the next and get the right results. But I'm going to go back to what we said on Monday morning. I think for someone like Kurt, who obviously had ambitions of winning the group on Monday morning, it's not going to happen.
81.
Sneaky, I think he's better off in Group C. Because that Group B, I cannot remember something as strong as that for a while.
90.
Although we've had a message this morning off of a good friend of ours here at the Super Series, Andy Davidson, and he has put us on watch and on notice about David Sharp, who's playing in that group. In fact, he's the second person that we've had intel on about him.
Is he related to Ronnie Sharp?
I've got no idea. Hold on a second.
102.
Andy, if you're watching
Sandy
this,
require
we want to know
130.
if David is related to Ronnie. Now the question is, will Kurt Parry take the lead?
58. Kurt, you require 40.
Because it's been this, it's been the nagging issue. Double 10.
Game shot
No
the
issue with
first
that.
leg.
1-0.
Kurt Parry.
He was always going to cause problems for people at the top of the table today.
Second leg, it's Sam to throw first.
His remaining game after this is against Jamai van den Herik. Oh my word.
Kingmaker Kurt, potentially. Because he is going to dictate the outcome of this group.
140.
You could say that he's got more of a say in who wins the group more than the two players at the top of it.
59.
They've caused him enough of a headache the last couple of days, so why can't he return the favour?
And you know what they say, those who laugh last laugh the longest.
100.
Unless your name is Nelson Muntz,
120.
because his laugh has only got 2 notes. But you know who's got half of that? Edna Krabappel. She's only got 1 note. She had 1 ha. That was it.
83.
Bit of Simpsons knowledge for you there. We don't get any Simpsons here, do we? At the Modus Super Series. I think that's probably by design.
140.
I might go into Simpsons knowledge overload if we had a Simpson play here.
Oh, don't worry, just won't book you that week.
100. 101. Sammy requires 78.
They're both on 78. We're either going to be tied or there's going to be distance.
58. Kurt, you require 78.
Kurt is taking a few darts to get over the line. This time, not so
Game
much.
on the second leg. Kurt Parry.
You know what we said about Kurt Parry causing some problems?
Third leg, it's Kurt to throw first.
99 problems, and Kurt is one of them.
$60.
But there's one player that's just not going to crumble because his opponent's throwing stuff at him. It's going to be that man there.
97.
I can imagine Kurt Parry being into rap. Do you know that? Yeah, Welsh rap. Like Goldie looking
59.
chain. Remember them? They used to have a song called Guns Don't Kill People, Rappers Do. But they would say it like whappers.
99.
It was dreadful, but it was very popular.
Don't take the mickey out of people that can't say their R's properly.
100.
Alan Smith, the great football commentator's got a bit of a speech impediment. Hasn't done him any harm.
134.
If we all sounded the same, life would be boring. If we all played this sport the same, Modus Super Series action would be boring.
140.
Kurt Parry is very exciting to watch. As is this man.
131.
Couldn't have done any more than that.
142.
Well, Kurt Parry has already threatened this once.
122.
He's not going to take it out again, and so Spivey, surviving the scare, has to get on the board here, you feel.
Game shot on the third
13
leg.
data. And
Sam
he had this little
Spivey.
spelled in his previous game of a couple of 13 to really put himself in position. He's going to have to find a
Fourth leg,
similar
it's Sam to
burst
throw
here.
first.
But he's got the
Game
break
on.
back. The game returns to throw at 2-1, and he has the darts to level back up.
Yes, Spivey being it's a bit survivey.
$180.
That's a little bit better than surviving.
Well, my Spivey senses are saying that he's just beginning to kick on in this
60.
game.
I can't see you as Spider-Man, Henry. I think Tom Holland's pretty safe.
57.
There's no way I'm a superhero.
Hi, I'm
54.
Statman. I will beat you into submission with facts of the Modus Super Series and Havant and Waterlooville Football Club.
60.
Somebody please design him an outfit for that. I want to see it.
45.
He'd be like Pie Man from The Simpsons. Oh, Kurt, what are you doing? 3-4-2. You can't leave 3-4-2.
100.
Well, Spivey's making the kick, and Parry's just beginning to trend in the other direction here.
96. Sammy require 104.
Yeah, just recalibrating here. He wasn't expecting to hit the small 8. He's a bit lost here, but he's on double 18. Very well done.
On the 4 flag.
He gets lost, and he gets out of the woods.
Composure in space. That's not the first time he's gone wide on the 60 and the 104, which is why you go that way on that finish. Had a little bit of a moment just to get things together, and once he did, he pinned the double 18. We're back at 2-2. Back where we started. Best of 3. It's a champion of champions format, which is a competition which Kurt has won in the past, but Spivey here is having to go chasing because his darts are running loose in the board.
We nearly had a white horse. Yeah, white horse is
180.
treble 20, treble 19, and treble 18. It's very rarely seen here. This really is a high-quality game.
50.
I can see this being the final on Saturday night. There are plenty of people that will try to stop it.
147.
Look at what he can do when he turns it on.
Well, for the second time today, he's on for a potential 10 darter, and Sam Spivey legs of 13 and 15 to get this game back level at 2-2. Must have thought maybe he's beginning to open a door, and then Kurt Parry slams it shut. He's going to have to win each of the remaining 2 here, because Kurt Parry, courtesy of that 11 darter, moves 3-2 to the good.
First. Game.
What a game. I mean, these are the types of games we expected at the beginning of the group, and we are beginning to see the best of these players as it comes to the boil. 97, 96 the averages, and there really is nothing to split them. But that, well, that could be a Freudian slip.
Well, these two could easily be representing their country. But that in itself is a hard thing to attain.
45.
I think that Kurt is one of the best players in Wales. But he's got a very different journey to some other people.
140.
Spivey's journey has only just begun.
As Chris Mason would say, Kurt Parry's hit the gas. Trying to put the afterburners on, but
140.
Sam Spivey's like glue in your hand. He's just so hard to get rid of.
96.
He's come up short.
170.
This might be 6 from here.
98.
It's really good.
156.
This will be some save once again. He had a big finish yesterday. He's not going to get another. Van den Herik will be
100.
eyeballing the screen,
72.
hoping that Kurt Parry can do him and Scott Campbell a favour.
It's tops.
52.
It's not there.
Samuel require 56.
Well, it's as simple as this for Sam Spivey. Hit or get beat. It's one left at double 10. It's not
36.
It's not there. Parry's back. 3 more for the match. 3 more for a 4-2 win, which could quell and maybe kill the hopes of Sam Spivey winning this group. Well, we said that he could be the man that stops someone from winning this group. And Kurt Parry has dealt a bitter blow to Sam Spivey's hopes of going on to claim this Group A. That's a tear of the tape. It was a superb game, as you could see from the numbers on your screen. Coming up after the break, Jamai van den Heerik's got opportunity to move clear. He takes on Martin Turner. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Kurt Parry deal a big blow to Sam Spivey's hopes of winning this Group A. A 4-2 win for Kurt, averaging just a shade under 96, 4 from 10 on his doubles. Spivey 92.65, 2 from 5 on the outer ring, including a 104 finish. So next up for us, it's Jamai van den Heerik, who now can see a path in front of him, a win here. And here go 2 points clear with just one game left to play. But the problem he's got is that game is against Kurt Parry.
Leg, it's Jamai
But
to
he'll
throw
worry about
first.
that after a meeting
Game on.
with Martin Turner, who today has picked up a win against Scott Campbell, has averaged 89 and been beaten by Kurt Parry.
55.
And in his game against Sam Spivey, missed 8 darts at a double, wasn't he allowed to get into the game. So he's played some decent stuff, and he's played in spell, but can he do it over the whole course of a game is still the answer to the question we're wanting.
96.
I think the biggest thing right now is it's very simple as to how Van den Heerik makes Saturday
57.
on debut. He strikes me as a very intelligent boy. if he surveys who's got games left and the points totals,
81.
he knows that if he wins this one and the next one, he's going to be there. It's as simple as that. But there's a risk when you know that.
58.
You can take your eye off the ball. So 100% focus on Martin. Do not take your eyes and your ears and your mind off it. Otherwise, he's the kind of
99.
player that can eat you up.
And a bit like Kurt Perry in the previous game, he would enjoy the idea of just ruining somebody's day. Not because he's a nasty guy, he's anything but that. But he'd love the idea of doing something which, even though he can't achieve, it stops somebody else from achieving.
25.
You have to have that mentality.
Only 25 there, which kind of opens the door for Martin if he could find a triple here. But he needs to find one now.
59. Jemaya require 145.
That's a good recovery.
129.
And that is a wonderful shot.
Martin, you require 127.
But is the ball calling? Turns out it might have had enough of this leg.
I require 16.
Martin Turner hasn't found the radar on the trebles in this leg, and so Vanden Herrick
Game
looks
shot on the first leg.
double 8 to take the opening leg.
That point you were making
Second leg, it's
about
Martin to throw first.
ruining someone's day might seem somewhat unnecessary, but you'd be surprised how many times you get the opportunity to do that. Think about someone, for example, someone like Danny Noppert, someone like Tony Alcinas.
97.
Two Q-School examples of people who have already amassed enough points to get their tour card, but they still play on the final day.
140.
What do you think their mindset is going in? It is stopping people getting tour cards because you don't know what they're going to do to you when they're on the tour.
140.
You go in with a heartbreaker mindset. Whoever's in my way today, you're not getting a card. And in this way,
97.
Martin Turner has had this mindset all day long because he was never going to win the group. Whoever he beats, he can hurt them.
140.
Well, Jamai here is just doing a very good professional job. He's under pressure now on the back of that 140 from Martin.
124.
May have to take out this 124. Triple 18 and Bull. Bullseye. How good is it?
99.
Well, he's getting closer to that
64.
target.
Tops.
Game shot on the second
And look
leg.
how central that is.
Martin
It's not
Turner.
dead centre, but it was nowhere near a wire.
Third leg, it's Jamai to throw first. Game on. 135.
By the way, you might not want to look at Martin Turner's shirt too long.
140.
It's like one of those programs that are created that keep evolving.
80.
It almost feels like that shirt is talking.
Into the unknown with Martin Turner. And we're into the unknown as far as this group is
91.
concerned, because Martin Turner here is asking a couple of questions to Jamai Vanden Herrick.
I'll tell you what it reminds me of. It reminds me of the entity in the new Mission Impossible movies, Dead Reckoning and The Final Reckoning.
I'm
sure that's just a coincidence. I don't think that was the design idea when he thought, I'll have a bit of black and red, because he is a Minster man after all the time.
Martin, you
But
require
he's been playing this
130.
sport. He is from York.
Well, I'm sure unlike his football team, he's not going to write a letter as to the format of the competition and wanting it changed just because he's bottom of the group.
105. Jamai require 126.
It's the ball. Is Vanden Herrick here going to come up with a stunner? Awkward. Needs to find this treble 19 for a poke at the ball. Tried to loop it over the top, was unable to do so.
45.
And that gives you an insight into how his darts really do fly. Such a big arc. Double two.
23.
That was a bit
Jamal
untidy.
require 81.
Walker from the very first dart was looking to leave himself on double 12 and only got a poke at double 2. And Jamai here, again, it might just be the bull. It is the bull. Can he get?
56.
Well, he's getting closer.
Martin, you require 2.
Maybe the next leg, third time might be the charm, but he may well do it from 2-1 behind on the breakdown because
Game
Martin
on the
Turner
third
finds a
leg.
double 1.
Martin Turner.
Straight
Full
back
flag
down
against
the
Martin
hockey.
to throw first.
And he's one of them old school players
Game.
that when he breaks, he walks straight back down the hockey to imply to his opponent that you have been broken.
125.
That's very true. If you're game aware and you know that's a break of throw, there is nothing stopping you walking straight back down. Because your opponent shouldn't be at the hockey.
140.
He knows every trick in the book.
45.
Well, let me tell you, I know at least 3 players that when you broke them, they would stand very close to the hockey so that you almost had to go around them to get back to the hockey. Stagecraft, or in the scheme of what I'm suggesting here, floorcraft.
60.
And it was on purpose. And if you're watching this and you're one of those players, you know you did it and you know why.
40.
Oh, what a turn this is. Slip for the
121.
last. Still leaves himself for the finish. Could have been neater, though.
He might start on the 19s again. 6 would leave double 18.
Which he's been leaving a lot today.
59. Martin, you require 150.
Well, this, to put himself a leg away, decides to start upstairs. But what he is going to do is put himself in a decent position. He's going to leave himself on the cusp of a 3-1
Jamai
lead.
require 128.
Jamai looks at 128, and again, it may just be a poke of the bullseye.
He's not even going to get that shot. Had he got the single,
80.
it looks like he would have had that
Martin,
shot
you
at the
require
bull.
16.
But Turner is doing a great favour here to others.
Game
He
shot
takes
on
a
the
3-1
fourth leg.
lead.
Martin Turner.
Spivey and Campbell are liking what they're seeing right here. We could still
Fifth leg, it's Jamai
have
to throw
3
first.
players on 18
Game
points going into the final round.
And we should also put in the play, if Martin can win this leg, then Jamai's legs difference would go back down to +8.
60.
It mean there'd just be a couple of legs between the top 2.
Jamai's got parry. This is for the last
85.
round. Campbell's got Spivey, so they're in a head-to-head situation. And Turner's got Lankhausen, which is not a bearing on the group winner.
134.
But this is all after Campbell plays Lankhausen in match 12. I tell you what, if Martin Turner
32.
wins this and Campbell wins the group, I'm going to check his pockets for rabbit's feet.
$90.
That's just dawned on me. That's good. That's good.
93.
But it looks like this leg's going to be won by Jamai, which means that Martin Turner will be forced to serve it out in the next.
60.
It's these kind of situations that you really want in your career. You want to be
60.
tested. Nothing's
Jamai,
going to come
require
easy
157.
in this sport. Or should we say, very rarely will things come easy. So embrace
60.
the chaos and do your best.
Well, it looks like it's going to
40.
go down to the next leg.
Jamai require 97.
Jamai comes back for 97, and he's got 6 darts from here to force the hand of Martin Turner to win it on his throw in the next.
57.
And he's going to come back for 3 darts at double top to do exactly that. Turner, well, I was going to say, was hoping to do a Crabtree, hit 3 trebles from 191 to leave himself on a double.
Jemai Rakwire, 40. No
he
score.
rushed the third
Martin
dart.
Rakwire, 134.
Can Turner find this? He finds the next best
94.
thing.
Jemai Rakwire,
And Jemai might not feel too confident on this one all of a sudden.
This is huge. This is huge. One last dart. Does not
30.
go. And Martin
Rakwire,
Turner here is
40.
back for double top for a 4-1 win. Bends the wire with the first.
Game
Gets with the second.
shot and the match.
Well, there's twists and
Martin
turns everywhere,
Turner.
isn't there? Sam Spivey lost in the last. Jemai Vanden Herik has lost here. And we are still none the wiser as to who's going to win this group. Martin Turner and Kurt Parry have been spoilers. And now Scott Campbell's back in play. He plays Kevin Lankhausen next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Now, the latest edition of the Break of Throw series features Adrian Lewis. Now, that's going to be live on our Super Series YouTube channel. So if you head there, do drop us a subscribe. You can watch that. That's going to be dropping from 6 o'clock tonight, and then it will be available on Pluto TV at a later to be subscribed date. So that's what's coming up on the YouTube channel. But has anybody got any idea what's going on here? Because we thought that we were going to get a sprint towards the line, and then we see Sen Spivey lose 4-2 to Kurt Parry, which we thought then would open up the door for Jemai van den Herik. He's lost 4-1 to Martin Turner. And now all of a sudden, Scott Campbell looked like he was getting shoved out the door. Well, he might well be doing a Barney from The Simpsons. We get rid of him in this group, and he may well turn back around and maybe win it.
First leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
What Scott needs to do is preserve his perfect record against the Belgian this week. If he does, we will have 3 players on 18 points going into the final round. Here's a situation for you then. If Campbell wins here and Parry beats Jemai next, game 14 will be a shootout to see who wins the group between Campbell and
91.
Spivey. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Well, Scott Campbell can do... Well, anything's in play for him because he can win the group, as you say. He could be in a Group B
55.
spot. But if he loses this game, he could finish in a Group C position because Kurt Parry on 14 points. He's got a better leg difference than Scott Campbell. Basically, he can finish in all positions at the end of the day.
140.
Always best to focus on the fact that you can win the group. But it's bearing the same hallmarks of
46.
Champions Week. Because if you think about what happened in Series 10, in Week 13, that was a really good Group A.
125.
Curiously, Scott Campbell won that group on 20 points. He could win this group on 20 points.
Nico, do you want to have a look at Kevin's darts?
140.
I'm trying not to look at them anymore.
Scott,
He's changed them again, I know.
145 for Campbell to get the break and take out the opening leg. Not to be on this particular occasion.
55. Kevin, you require 160.
Well, we've seen some big finishes today, but the 160 isn't going to be added to that eclectic mix. And so Campbell will return for 90 to
60.
Get a break
So
of
what you
throw,
require, 90.
which you can also see later on tonight on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel from 6 o'clock. So do subscribe for that.
He can still take this out. But not anymore.
62. Kevin, you require 100.
He'll fancy his chances of coming back. Lankhausen has, so far today, had his worst day of the week. And when he starts with a 1, he
36.
can't finish.
Scott, you require 28.
So 214 for Campbell to take the opening leg and take a 1-0 lead. Double 7.
No score.
Well, that was a wide.
Kevin,
That
you
was a
require
4 right,
64.
that one.
Double 16.
Game shown the first leg.
Well, the first dart,
Kevin Lankhausen.
you can understand that. The second one was so close to that treble, which
Second
could
leg,
have
it's
bust
Scott
the
to throw
score.
First. Game on.
What's happening here? Has somebody crossed a black cap more than once?
$180.
Well, I suppose a group which has been as unpredictable as this over the last 3 days was always going to end with that same air of unpredictability, wasn't it?
121.
You could say this group is unpredictable. We've predicted many a bull, and we've only seen a few. Just going back to that Champions Week Group
45.
A, a lot of people tend to forget that Jensen Walker finished 5th in that group. He would win the title.
Doing an Andreas Harrison, because he did exactly the same, finished 5th in the Group A, would go on to win the title in Series 7 with that 1-2-1 checkout. One of the most infamous moments here. Celebrated his 50th birthday yesterday, Andreas Harrison.
140.
Yeah, Devin Peterson's celebrating his birthday today.
Have you heard the story behind Devon? I'll tell you in the next leg. I don't know if he's pulling my leg or not, but I'm going to tell the story anyway.
136.
He's not currently under the desk, Henry.
$82.
It's a decent upturn in form here from Campbell, who I'm sure is very disappointed at losing that first leg.
83.
But the technique of Lankhausen really starting to get ragged as the week goes on.
I just wonder whether he's beginning to feel the pinch a little bit. But if there has been one thing Kevin's been good at this week, it has been his finishing.
You require 89.
It's been taking these kind of opportunities, the half chances. But you've got a guarantee of the single there.
That right shoulder is way too much in the throw now.
Scott, you require 20.
So double 10 to level this game up at 1 apiece.
No score.
Anybody else smell trouble? Just had a feeling he was going to hit that tops.
Kevin Lankhausen.
He's getting the doubles, and Campbell is not taking his chances.
Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Well, this could be a round where the bottom 3 players beat all of the top 3 players.
140.
Anyway, in terms of Devin Peterson's birthday, now, he told me a story, and I'm not quite sure how true this is, at the Global Championship. And his birthday
84.
coincides with National Devon Day, which is today on the 4th of June. So happy Devon Day for everybody celebrating it. And apparently,
40.
that is part of the story behind Devon being Devon. I don't know whether he was just barefaced lying to me or whether that's exact truth, but that was what he was saying.
$81.
He's not wrong.
$43.
It's actually linked to St. Patrick, apparently. And Devon the county. Apparently St. Patrick was a 6th century Celtic saint.
30.
So if that's the reason why it's called Devon, fair enough. Makes sense to me.
If you are watching, pal,
56.
many happy returns for the day from all of us here at the Modus Super Series. I'm sure we will see him again. In what capacity? I've got no idea. Player, commentator. He'd probably try his hand at refereeing if he could.
Well, if we're going to go on national days,
96.
then I should have been called Shrimp. Because May the 10th is National Shrimp Day.
$41.
Boy, am I so glad that somebody called me Paul instead of Shrimp.
$100.
I think Henry's just found something out about himself, which he's quite amused by. He was born on National Left-Handers Day.
59.
And I'm a left-hander.
Scott, you're requiring 100.
That's incredible.
But you're not a minion, are you?
It's also National Prosecco Day, National Filet Mignon Day. As Scott Campbell
90.
looks to serve up for
Kevin, you require
110. And by the way, you
122.
can have a lovely filet mignon with a Prosecco.
They don't go together. This does. That is
Game
incredible
shot,
from
the third
Lankhausen.
leg. Kevin Lankhausen.
Where's he dug that from? Just call him the archaeologist.
Full flag, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Even Indiana Jones couldn't have found that finish. This is now officially chaotic, this group. It's basically impossible to predict.
27.
Kevin hasn't won a game today. He's been having a bad day. Now, he is 3-0 up on the person who's trying to catch the top two.
I've given up trying. I've given up trying to predict this group.
85.
Because every time you think something's going to happen, the exact opposite does. And you wouldn't put it past Kurt Parry dealing another blow to Jemai in the next
24.
one. And I suppose the question will be, what has Scott Campbell got left when he plays San Spy? Because suddenly he's gone from wanting to win the group to now being in a position where he may have to win just to keep a hope of Group B alive.
$66.
He saves the situation with a brilliant last shot.
$77.
If he's to get out of this with a win, this is going to take about another 15 to 20 minutes. And that's not going to help.
39.
Right, it's allowed Kevin Lankhausen now to coast towards the home straight in this game.
And the luxury of using downstairs to leave a finish.
34.
Now, let's be honest. He's 126 away from beating Campbell 4-0. Who saw this coming? The answer is absolutely no one. He started this game with a leg difference of +1. If it goes to -3...
83. Kevin, you require 126.
He can't win the group.
$94.
And that's a very valuable shot. That chips away at the target.
And Kevin in this game is 3 from 3 on his doubles. Scott Campbell won't be waving the right flag,
90.
but
Kevin, you
this
require
would surrender
32.
his hopes of winning Group A. There's a ironic look on his face because he probably expects his opponent to hit this. And hit it he
Game
will.
shot and the match.
And that's a big
Kevin
hit to Scott
Lankhausen.
Campbell. And now he's scrambling to ensure he's not in Group C as opposed to winning Group A. For Kevin Lankhausen, that's his first win of Wednesday's action here in Portsmouth. It means he's off the foot of the table. And so it means in the last round of fixtures, there's just 2 players that can win this Group A. Those 2 players are Jemai van den Herik and Sam Spivey. We'll begin with Jemai. He's in action against Kurt Parry after the break.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie,
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie,
approaching the
require
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie,
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed the 4th round of fixtures, and in it we saw Sam Spivey lose to Kurt Parry, Jemai van den Herik lose to Martin Turner, and Scott Campbell lose to Kevin Lankhausen. So the bottom 3 beat the top 3, and this is how the table looks going into the final round's worth of play. So Jemai van den Herik leads the way because of his legs difference. Sam Spivey also on 18. Scott Campbell on 16 now cannot win the group, and if Kurt Parry wins this game, may not even qualify for Group B. Kevin and Martin, well, they're the bottom 2 in the group. They will meet in a battle to see who's going to finish 5th. Oh, yes, that's the one we're all looking forward to in Game 15. But prior to that, it is a game between Jemai van den Herik and Kurt Parry. Now, Kurt, last time out, got the better of Sam Spivey 4-2. He's been the best player of the day so far, has Kurt. Back-to-back average of 102.5 and 95. Could make this very difficult for Jemai, who lost out 4-1 in his previous game against Martin Turner. Now, one thing is guaranteed. If Jemai can win this game by 4 legs to 1 or better, he will definitely win the group.
Game on.
4-2 is also going to be good enough because Sam Spivey has got an inferior head-to-head record against Jemai over the course of the week.
140.
So Sam Spivey will be hoping, first things first, Kurt Parry gets the 3 legs in this match and then deal with the cards from there.
60.
Ideally for Sam. He could deal with Kurt Parry doing him a favour so that he just has to beat Campbell. You don't want to have to beat someone by a margin.
100.
We're now in the typical last round scenario, or as we do like to say sometimes, this is a Grand Slam scenario.
43.
It's like Grand Slam Monday or Tuesday.
$180.
He really has been Mr. 180 in this group. And the fact is, he could still finish in the bottom 3, having hit the most maximums.
161.
So 161 for Parry isn't going to be got on this occasion. But he's going to leave himself in a decent position. And
87.
Jamai, you had the early running in this leg.
160.
Maybe forced to take up this 160. He's not going to, and so he could have his throw broken here by Parry, who looks at 74 to get an early break. Needs one at some point in this match. No better time than the present, but that's a slip.
49. Jamai requires 60.
The end of legs just needs a little bit more polishing.
Game
Oh,
shot
look
on the
at
first
that.
leg. Jamai van der Herik.
That blue flight was blocking that
Second
double top
leg,
bed.
it's Kurt to throw
And he
first.
just loops it over the top.
Well, there's the first of 4.
77. $140.
For Kurt Parry, if he wins this game,
60.
effectively, Kurt Parry and Sam Spivey could do themselves a favour, or do each other a favour in this last round. If Kurt Parry wins this and Sam Spivey win their games, both will get what they want. Kurt will get into Group B, Sam will win the group. And so effectively, they're playing a tag team with one another to get what they're looking for.
46.
But has Kurt Parry just run out of a little bit of steam here? He's played so well today, but is he just beginning to hit a bit of a wall? Just beginning to flag a little bit in this one?
84.
You can do all of the work and the preparation, but you can't foresee when you'll hit the wall.
136.
When it hits you, it's horrible. Everything becomes hard.
64.
The deliberate breathing, the
40.
technique, even thinking straight becomes difficult.
Game shot on
And
the
fighting back
second
from
leg.
2-0 down,
Jamai van den Herik.
that seems very difficult right now as well.
Third leg, it's Jamai to
Kurt
throw
Parry hasn't won a
first.
last game of the day once this week. Lost to Jamai in his last game on Monday. Lost to Sam Spivey in his last game on Tuesday. And he's in a world of trouble here. 2-0 down to Jamai, who's averaging in excess of a ton in a game he knew he had to win to get through.
By the way, Henry, happy National Cheese Day.
Oh, I thought you'd never say.
It's a good job it's not Cheese Peterson. Only joking, Devon.
I'm sure we've had plenty of cheese from
60.
Peterson in the commentary box.
Yeah, get your cheese in today because tomorrow is National Donut Day.
And how am I not here for it?
76.
You can do what you want. We haven't seen many donuts over the last couple of days. We saw 2 in a row in games 3 and 4. And we've just seen one at the expense of Campbell. And trust me, no dart player wants a donut. He's getting seriously close to winning this game and winning through. If he gets to 3-0 up, he can win one of the next 2 legs and get this group sewn up.
This is looking at inevitability now.
46.
Averaging 99. He's saving one of his better performances for when it mattered. Now, these two had an absolute
58.
drama of a game yesterday.
60.
Kurt Parry lost it, averaging 103. He's nowhere near that
Game shot on
number.
the third leg.
And it looks like Jamai's got his
van den
number because
Herik.
this would be a hat-trick of victories against Kurt Parry this week. And
Fourth leg, it's Kurt to throw first.
he's now a leg away from completing the job. And Kurt Parry now, if he's going to save his Group B hopes, he's going to have to find a 4-leg burst. But if the truth be told, it's just not looking likely, is it?
140.
Maybe a tiny bit more likely after that score, but we spoke with Jamai yesterday very briefly, and he was very complimentary to Kurt, saying, I know he's a power scorer. And I know what I have to do when I play him.
60.
I have to turn up. And if you look at his performances against Parry compared to his against Campbell,
130.
you look at his body language as well, he's way more comfortable against this guy.
60.
Is he just having his wobble here? Or did he have his wobble at the perfect time? Because he lost to Martin Turner and there was a bit of a wobble there. But I tell you what, he's come out of whatever happened there and he's recovered superbly. And this is pretty much as good as a done deal, and with perhaps the performance of the week.
96.
If anything, he's
Might
getting
require
better.
87.
He might finish this off. Not just the game, but the group.
It's double eight. And Jemai van den Herik, in his first appearance here at the Super Series, is into Saturday night, and he has done it with an average of 103.66. I don't think he knew that was enough to send him through, but he's just been given the confirmation. You can see that smile beaming from ear to ear. He almost can't believe it. Save your best for last, and that is exactly what Jemai has done there. Sam Spivey, he's going to be in Group B. He can beat Scott Campbell and move on to 20, but it will not be enough. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Jemai Van den Herik secured his passage through to Saturday night's final. He did it in some style, averaging 103.66 and a 4-0 win against Kurt Parry, which means game 14, well, it has nothing riding on it because Sam can only finish second and Scott can only finish third. And so this is a meeting of who can win game 14 of Wednesday afternoon derby. It's the one we've been looking forward to all day. Well, these two have a lot of history with one another. Met at a Champions Week before. Have, of course, met a couple of times this week.
First leg,
and
it's
two
Scott to throw
southpaws
first.
slugging it out.
Game on.
You can tell there's a lot of mutual respect between this pair. And they're going to have to get used to one another's company because they're going to be spending at least another couple of days with one another. I hope Scott Campbell. I'll tell you what, you wouldn't mind them two being around in your location because you hope they can whip up a decent meal because they're both decent cooks. But they're going to cook up a storm in this one.
140.
Yeah, we're going to have to figure out what their speciality is. It isn't winning this group. I didn't mean that facetiously.
140.
Well, just think about it. Sam Spivey's a chef. Scott Campbell's a decent home cook. You're decent with a bit of food. And Owen can only make an omelette.
60.
No, he can't. He can't make an omelette.
$41.
Are you being serious? He can make an omelette? Or he can try to.
Well, he's attempted an omelette in the past. Him and Charlie Corsafine. It was like something out of Chuckle Vision.
100.
Had a lovely stir fry on Monday, mind. Well, I did anyway.
Yeah, stir fries are easy. You speak to these guys, think about the things that they can conjure up. I bet it's more than a stir fryer and an omelette. I made Steve West a paella on Saturday.
I've heard about this paella.
It's the right time of year, and he is turning 50 tomorrow, so it was a bit of an early birthday treat.
Funny how there was no
97.
leftovers, wasn't there?
No,
Scott, you
Mrs.
require
West got those.
170.
Do you fancy the fish, Nico?
What kind of fish would it be? It's off the hook.
Well, the irony is, he actually told me that he's cooking fish tonight.
Sammy
He's making a lovely bit of haddock.
Yeah, sometimes you've got to bathe it in milk
48.
to give it a bit of tenderness.
36.
Depends if it's smoked or not. But being from Aberdeenshire, it's all about the fish up there. It all comes in at Peterhead. Huge, huge fisheries up there. Now, can he use the angle on double 18? And geographically,
score.
I suppose,
Sammy
double 18
required
is
56.
the Peterhead of the dartboard, up in the northeast corner. 2 fours.
54.
Maybe just a bit of
Scott, you
adrenaline
require
starting
36.
to seep out of the bodies and the minds of these two players. Now they know their fate for the next couple of days.
It's one of them games where you'll do it to
Game's on the
fulfill your
first
fixtures. You'll do it
Scott
because
Campbell.
of the person you are. But really, they don't want to be up there
Second
right
leg,
now.
it's Sam to throw first. Game on.
They'd rather focus their energy on tomorrow night in Group B because they know whatever happens in this game, it's surplus to requirements. And Scott Campbell, you could see with the look into the camera there, knows exactly that.
58.
He's probably thinking, this is the first time I've been in Group A and I haven't won it. If we are being fair, he did not play very well against Kevin Lankhausen.
55.
So he didn't give himself this opportunity. What's your favourite fish dish, Henry? It's not usually your
39.
repertoire. You can't have a fish chili or a fish bolognese.
I tell you what, I do like a good prawn dish. King prawn curry.
Oh, now you're talking.
43.
Do you like a good calamari for starters?
I do know this about you.
You should know, yes.
You want to try a nice prawn laksa.
Do you remember we went to that Thai restaurant? I had that prawn green Thai green curry. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. So if either of you boys are listening and you've got any things in your fridge, I'm not working tomorrow, so if you could cook me up one of them, that'd be nice, because you've got all day to sort it out.
180.
Spice up your life with a 180.
$140.
Campbell in the red colours of Aberdeen Football Club today.
Yes, the cup winners. Does that mean they get into Europe?
Yes, they
59.
get the Europa League.
Sam, you require 164.
Although I think their league position meant they're in Europe no matter what. But yeah, they'll be playing in the Europa League next season. Having played, I think they played in the Conference League either this season or the season before.
So they could get Tottenham.
They could get Tottenham.
124.
They can't get Tottenham in the Champions League, aren't they?
Oh, that's right. They won the Europa League, didn't they? They're not in the Europa League.
No one can ever do a Sevilla ever again in that competition, because you physically cannot retain that trophy because of the new rules, because you don't have hand-me-downs from the Champions League now. Aberdeen also the last team outside of the old firm clubs to win the Scottish League title. That was under the stewardship of Sir Alex Ferguson.
Sam Spivey.
Yeah, back in the 80s.
And here's a fun fact about Aberdeen for you.
First. Game on.
Oh, it's one of my favourite fun facts. Aberdeen are the only team to have ever beaten Real Madrid in a European final.
I do know that.
140.
I was at a dinner once with Willie Miller.
$137.
Yeah, Colin Hendry was there as well, talking about winning the Premiership with Blackburn. Well, lovely chap. You shake hands with him. My word, my hand was sore for about an hour.
140.
He's the kind of guy you don't want to run into at speed. Word to the wise, when you're playing darts, just stay out of the way of the hockey. Always stand behind the player and just admire what they can possibly do.
Yeah, unfortunately, in terms of Scarborough, football, they used to be a football league club. They went into liquidation. They've got a Phoenix club, Scarborough Athletic, who ply their trade in the National League North, finished 13th last season, and they play at the Flamingo Land Stadium.
51.
Flamingo Land. That used to be so exotic when I was a kid. It was either that or go to Lightwater Valley.
Scarborough Athletic's nickname is Borough.
60. Scott, you require 170.
And the Sea Dogs. You wouldn't be calling Sam Sea Dog, would you?
No, he likes Seaside Sam.
$94. Sam, you
Good last start from Campbell.
124.
Spivey, you might get to the ball here. Not to be.
56. Scott, you require 76.
This is a better performance from Campbell. It feels as if he just went missing in the previous round.
Double 18.
40. Sam, you require 68.
So 68 for Sam to make it 2-1. He's going to have two darts in his hand at double 10. Shuffles across. Clips the barrel, but
48.
clips it the wrong side.
Scott, you require 36.
So double 18 for Campbell to re-establish the lead at 2-1.
Game shot.
Double
the
18
third
is found.
Scott Campbell.
I wonder what Scott's going to do between now and tomorrow night, because it's fairly evident the way that he's playing so far that he's going to have to find another level, particularly when you put him in that Group B with the likes of McGurk, the likes of Cox and Wilson and Spivey in there.
I think it might serve him well to have a bit of a lazy morning, but in the early afternoon to stick in an hour. Just keep the train moving. Get those reps in. Get that rhythm
45.
Polished up a little bit, because it has been a little bit off for the last few days. Even though he's had a chance to win the group, he's failed in that mission.
140.
But he is going to need more in Group B. It's that simple. So maybe just stick in an hour, go for a nice long wander, get some fresh air, and then a fresh mindset for Thursday night.
60.
It's going to be a very interesting end to the week.
No, we haven't had a Dutch champion
57.
so far in the series, have we? Canadian, English, and Irish so far.
It's going to be one of them Champions Week where all corners of the globe are represented. We've already got 2 continents and 3 countries involved.
180.
Perish the thought that we might have a Champions Week with no English players, apart from Scott Taylor.
100.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Well, you think about the way this tournament's been run in recent times. We've had players from Lithuania, players from the Netherlands, players from Sweden that have gone on to lift this title. It's a very cosmopolitan tournament.
100. Time you require 104.
I'm sure Jensen Walker would love the chance to emulate Luke Littler in defending the title. Spivey's had the measure of
Scott,
Campbell this week.
116.
But if this goes in, it might be Campbell's time. And the head drops, giving you all the information you need to know.
Why do I get the sense this game's going all the way?
76.
It just feels like they're both cancelling one another out. Beautiful, just got to drop it in. Too far, 6-6.
Game shot on the 4 flag. Sam Spivey.
2-2.
Fifth flag, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Am I right in thinking that both of these players have not played a full week?
Well, Spivey's never played a Group A before, and both the times Scott Campbell's played in a Group A, he has won it.
Exactly. So they're going to do something this week that they've never done before.
180.
Which is try to play 5 days en route to a Saturday. And that is difficult.
However, what I would say, as much as that's a true point, because they're playing the Group B, they are going to have a day and a half's worth of rest. So they're going to play the full week, but they're going to have a break in between it. So they might have the happy medium of playing the full week but having the breaks in there, keeping match sharp whilst keeping rested. But what's going on here?
140.
So that's Spivey hits 140. That's what's happening.
This leg isn't over yet. He should switch, really. He's not going to.
140.
But when you're hitting the bottom of that 60 there, you're closing off half the bed. He should really have gone to 17s with that last dart.
57. Scott, you're requiring 161.
He does play the game quite similarly to John Henderson. He's very much focused on that treble 20 and very little on switches.
I'm going to make a prediction, Nico.
41. Sam, you're requiring
This 1-2-4 goes.
Is Henry a genius or a fool?
56. Got your required 120.
See, I don't think Campbell's going to hit this.
He's already hit it once today. He's already missed a double foot once today. Could be more for me and more for you. It's always a case of what do I know, what do you know?
Yeah, sometimes we do get a lot of things right. Sometimes we know nothing. It's going to be tops for Spivey.
48.
Oh, and that was a tired dart.
Got your required 20.
That one went in very vertical, meaning it didn't fly with punctuation.
Yeah, I think both players, as you say, would be happy to get into tomorrow, but who's going to win this match?
No score.
Doubling has not been Scott Campbell's friend, has it?
Require 20.
Have you noticed that it's become very fashionable for top-level referees to say no score very slowly?
Game shot on the 5th leg.
That's a score, though.
Sam Spivey.
And many, many thoughts now for Campbell.
6th leg, it's Sam to throw first. Game on.
I think they can definitely see the wood and the trees now.
Certainly been playing in a good spirit this game, and I think we're actually seeing more by way of reaction from Sam Spivey now than perhaps we've ever seen in any game in history.
He's got personality. He just doesn't. He doesn't let it out in a darting sense. Just because we are in a social media generation where everybody's expected to have a celebration, a walk-on song, a shirt, and a hook.
140.
Doesn't mean that every player is going to do that. Some players like to play the game just for what it is. Play it like Ian White plays the game. Play it like Mark Walsh plays the game.
81.
We can throw Spivey onto that particular heap because he gets up there, he plays, he's respectful, and then he leaves and is very gracious whether he wins or loses.
He does his thing and he does the business by and large. He's somebody we're going to see here a lot. There's absolutely no doubt about that. Whether it's regular weeks, Champions weeks, maybe even the odd special week, maybe thrown in the future.
Yes, welcome to Left-Handers Week, where all of them are going to play right-handed.
Graham Usher can.
100.
Yeah, Kurt Parry can play lefty.
I've heard about this. He's meant to be ambidextrous, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a bit like Adrian Lewis in that regard. I've seen Adrian Lewis take out 54
100.
by hitting double 18 right-handed and then double 9 left-handed with the next shot. It's one of the most impressive things I've ever seen on a dartboard.
Well, this is to complete a 4-2 victory. And it is double 10 to get it done. Now up for double 5.
75's got your require 96.
You know the rest, because Scott Campbell lives and breathes in the land of 4 threes.
Needs to get his money's worth. And if he's going to get there, he needs 5 19s. Not this time, but 5.
68.
Well, it has the power to rock you, doesn't it?
I should know because it's played on the PA system here every single Saturday night. Double 2. Is Sam Spivey going to be rocking and rolling on a Saturday night?
1.
We'll find out that answer in a few days' time, and we may not find out the answer to this match for another couple of minutes because Campbell's left on double 14 to take us all the way.
The littlest things make me giggle these days. That was a great call from the referee. 1.
Game shown the
and it's 3-3.
Scott Campbell.
It hasn't been the same as the last couple of days with the
Seventh
amount
and
of
final
games that have
leg,
gone to a
it's
seventh
Scott to
leg.
throw first.
But this one is.
I think Scott said it was always going to be
Game
this
on.
way.
Weirdly, this is only the third time we've gone the distance today.
45.
By the way, nice way to chase people away knowing that we play songs by 5 on a Saturday night.
180.
If you want to be here, by the way, by all means, please go to Dart Shop TV and reserve your ticket for Saturday night. We'd love to see you here. And we will apologise to your face if we play some 90 songs that you don't like.
If you're a big fan of 5 Blue,
57.
the Sugar Babes, you'll like the playlist on a Saturday night here. And Eiffel 65.
Supposed to be attracting people to Portsmouth.
60.
Well, if you put enough money in a guitar, I'll do some busking and singing for you.
I can't remember the last time I put money in a guitar.
58.
Interesting, just looking at the badge of Scarborough Athletic Football Club. It has a motto which says, no battle, no victory. And it's fair to say that Sam Spivey has been involved in his fair share of battles over the course of this week.
Yes, that's a very fair assumption. And if you attribute that to Yorkshire, it makes sense. They've had some battles over the years. They battled the Vikings, War of the Roses.
Scott, you require 156.
They have a battle with everybody from the south because they say that Yorkshire is God's country.
To win it in style, double 18 was just a whisk away.
Sam, you require 106.
Well, every fish and chips needs a nice finish. Salt, vinegar,
86.
and the last ingredient, I don't know.
But he
Scott,
couldn't
you
drizzle
require
the lemon on that
36.
finish. Well, Scott Campbell squeezed the lemon for all it's worth in this game. Is he about to get the victory? It's double 18. Double 9. Is there?
Game shot
Well,
of
a
the
trying,
match.
testing
Scott
day for Scott
Campbell.
Campbell ends in a win. Both of these players rather dejected figures, even if their facial expression at the end of this game doesn't say so. They'll meet tomorrow night, they'll meet Friday night in Group B, but their Group A battles have come to a close. And it is a case of what could have been for the pair of them. Campbell, a 4-3 winner over Sam Spivey. Our final game is a meeting between Martin Turner and Kevin Lankhausen. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lavanauskas!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where this game between Martin Turner and Kevin Lankhausen is a big one. Who's going to finish in 5th position in the group? We wanted a shootout come the end of the session. We have got a shootout at the end of the session. And we've also got a Kevin Lankhausen scorpion kick. Now, there is a little bit of context behind that, because I'll be honest, I had a little glance outside the window of the commentary box before this game got started, before we came back from the break. And both players were rubbing the speaker in a Richie Burnett impressionable fashion. You can tell what mood both players are in ahead of this
First
one.
leg, it's Martin to throw first.
But
Game
they
on.
won't want to be rubbing the speaker. They'll be wanting to rub the lamp and have 3 more wishes as far as this week is concerned. And
83.
tomorrow and Friday, they'll have to put the genie back in the bottle and go again. But who's going to win this last game of the day?
Here he goes, 3 odd flights.
134.
Make your mind up, Kevin. This guy's like a box of licorice all sorts.
58.
The worst sweets in the world, by the way.
14.
Yeah, they're not good. You know what Martin would say? He's from York. We found out it's the city of chocolate today.
85.
But then again, this guy's from Belgium, and they do pretty good chocolates. And he'll be feeling pretty chipper considering how he played in the
135.
previous round. 4-0 victory against Campbell, who did finish with a victory himself just now against Spivey.
130.
I think this game might be a little quicker than that one, though.
Yeah, these two get out at a fair
100,
bit of
Martin,
pace, don't they?
145.
Particularly Martin Turner. He's not going to find the 145, and so Lankhausen
57.
returns for
Kevin,
92
you're
to
192.
get the break and open up a 1-0 lead.
There's the 2. He almost
62.
gets the 90 extra.
Martin, you require 88.
So 88 required for Martin Turner. 18 and the bull. Bull it is.
48.
Ah, okay, just
Kevin,
decides
you
to set
require
up.
30. Game
That's
shot on
found.
the
That's a
first
really
leg.
good dart, actually.
Kevin Lankhausen.
Maybe not the section of the bed that he was aiming for, but he has found it.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
So he has
Game
now won 5 straight legs on the stage.
43.
It would be a bit harsh
91.
on Kevin, because when we started round 2 yesterday, he was top of the table. He could finish last.
100.
But it just goes to show how up and down his group has been at points, hasn't it? Got off to a really good start, but hit a bit of a brick wall in the
60.
middle of yesterday, and it's just felt as if he hasn't then been able to come back from that, hasn't really been able to recover. And I think maybe tomorrow, the fact he's going to be back in a different group, back on 0 points and back to the start again, that might not be a bad thing for him.
And sometimes getting some fresh opponents as well. Group C, it will be Mark McGeaney, Joe
58.
Bridle, and David Sharp, who has got his fans out there.
60. Kevin, you require 160.
And I think Kurt Parry will start as favourite.
Justifiably so as well. If he shows what he's shown at points today,
100.
then I can't see any reason why he's not going to make it through to Saturday.
I'd have to agree.
95. Kevin, you require 60.
Here's Kevin taking this game by the scruff of the neck. His doubling in his previous game was excellent. 4 from 5.
40. Martin, you require
Not as
95.
tight here. He's already thrown 5 and hit 1. Double 16.
Game shot on the
right
second
in the corner
leg.
for an equaliser for
Turner.
Martin.
Because if that didn't go, then Kevin Lankhausen had an opportunity
leg,
to
it's
move
Martin
halfway
to throw
towards back-to-back 4-0 wins.
Game on.
Don't worry, Martin. We'll wait for you. You don't have to run to the hockey.
Take your time. We're here all day.
140.
Definitely I hit well. I'm not, but you're here all day tomorrow. Mr. Edgar is going to be
58.
joining us for all of the action.
$83. $96.
I presume that Kevin's going to be using these 3 coloured flights
60.
for the rest of the week. He hasn't got another trick up his sleeve. He still hasn't used a red one.
Now you said that, I bet he watches this back
100.
and he turns up with a red flight tomorrow.
If he wants a red one, he's going to have to go to the dart shop down the street. I'm sure they've got some.
And I'm sure when we get to that
81.
point, red flight spells danger.
$57.
Certain
Martin,
colours
you
do
require
have
137.
significance, don't they? Green with envy. Red with rage.
80.
Is there a particular colour in terms of a colouring scheme that you'd always go to in your playing days?
41. Martin, you require 57.
Yellow. Just a nice colour.
Game shot on the third leg.
Turner
Martin
likes
Turner.
red. And he's not the only Turner in the sport, because
Fullback,
we've had
it's Kevin
Aaron
to throw
Turner here, we've had
first.
Laura Turner
Game.
here. Do you know what a Turner is?
Yes, they're very
100.
good at darts.
Someone who works on a lathe. Did you do that at school?
Which implies my
57.
next question, what is a lathe?
A lathe is a machine where you attach something to 2 pivots, and then a machine makes it spin,
9.
and then you use something like a chisel to make it a different
85.
shape, like making chair legs, something like that. It's used in carpentry and metalwork.
As you can tell,
81.
home economics wasn't a subject I was very good at school.
125.
It's more an English and history kind of geeky kid.
Yeah, I can totally get that about you. Do you want to know why? Because when we used the lathe, that was in technology class, not home ec.
29.
Home ec was cooking and things like that.
140.
Oh, you would have hated our, home ec, our food sessions. They made us make a shepherd's pie with smashed instant potato.
That's
100. Martin,
that should be
194.
outlawed. You tell Martin about that, he'll have to go for a walk. Did they really do that?
Genuine, 100%.
54.
I came back from school that day. My parents said, "You're not eating that. Put it straight in the bin," and the bin stank.
68.
If you want potatoes, you use potatoes. If you want tops, you hit tops.
24.
Oh, that's a bit overcomplicated.
Kevin, you require 114.
Well, Lancaster's had a dart for 2-0, and he's now evaded darts to go 3-1 down. Which Turner's going to have now free and handed double 8 to then add the throw in the next to complete a 4-1 win.
8.
Oh my word, that is so close.
Kevin, you require 81.
Okay.
56.
He went the littler route on 81.
8. Game shot on the
That's
fourth
the
there.
everybody route on
Martin
double
Turner.
4. And it is 3-1. He might, after being bottom of the table,
Against Martin to throw
pretty
first.
much
Game
the
on.
entire group, finish in 5th. It's all about the little victories.
96.
Well, I saw Martin in the corridor as I left the building. I came down from the commentary gantry yesterday. And on the way back down the stairs, I bumped into him in the foyer.
140.
Is Kevin Lankhausen trying to do a Richie Burnett scorpion kick? If so, be careful because you might break something.
140.
Yeah, his back. We said over the last couple of days that on his third
81.
dart, he's throwing his body into it. If you lean too early on that shot, your leg has to react.
41.
For every action, there's a reaction. With that shoulder coming through, the left leg will tilt. Mensah
56.
Sulevic has done it. Peter Manley has done it. And, of course, Richie Burnett has done it.
Yeah, Martin Turner said to me yesterday that
60.
he don't feel like he's ever played this well without getting results. That he feels like his game's in a good place, but he just hasn't been able to pick the points up. And you look at, I'm intrigued to see the numbers from the end of this group because it has been a high quality
98.
affair. And
Martin
I suppose there's always going to be one
164.
player that would find themselves on the receiving end of it, and maybe Martin has been that player.
There's no reason why he can't
82.
recover.
Kevin, you require 126.
This is to save the match. Or at least it was.
66.
This
Martin,
is
you
to
require
finish
82.
5th. Tops.
42. Kevin,
Well,
you
his double has
require
been good today,
60.
but in this game, he's 3 from 10. Lankhausen looks at tops. He's got a good guide, but he can't
20.
use it.
Martin, you
And so
require
Martin Turner,
40.
free-handed double top. Only needs the one to
shot
get the
at
job
the
done and
match.
seal a 4-1 win.
Martin Turner.
And then Kevin Lankhausen. It means that Martin Turner will not finish bottom of the group. Kevin Lankhausen will. And it means that Kevin's going to have to play first and last tomorrow now. Martin Turner then with a 4-1 win in our final game of this Group A. That the tail of the tape in that one. We're going to hear from Jemai van der Herrik in a couple of minutes' time. Let's speak to him on the other side of the break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series
9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanauskas!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the action on this Wednesday afternoon, the action in this Group A has come to a close, and it is Jemai van den Herik that has picked up the glory in Group A, getting the better of Kurt Parry 4-0. That was enough for him to seal victory from Sam Spivey in the end. He lost out 4-3 to Scott Campbell in his final game. Before the break, we saw Martin Turner finish 5th in the group with a 4-1 success against Kevin Lankhausen. So this is how the table finishes up then in the group. Jemai topping the table, 20 points to his name. Sam Spivey and Scott Campbell both on 18. We'll see them in Group B on Thursday and Friday night, whilst Kurt Parry, Martin Turner and Kevin Lankhausen will go again in Group C on Thursday and Friday. I'm happy to say that Jemai has joined myself and Paul Nicholson here in the studio to talk all about his exploits over the last few days. First of all, many congratulations. How does it feel?
It feels incredible. Yeah, it's a great experience already, and it's the week is not even done yet. So
relief, and I can imagine it's interesting. You were saying to me as we came into the studio to have a chat, that last game there is actually a PB for yourself, that the best in a recorded game average you've ever had.
yeah, definitely, and to do that on that moment is also very, very special. So yeah.
Did you know the permutations going into the final game? Did you know what you had to do to win the group?
Yeah, I know I needed a comfortable win, at least 4-2, I think, to go through, and that I didn't even have that in my mind. In my mind, I was like, okay, it's Tuesday, you've got nothing to lose, but it's actually Wednesday. So I tried to make it easier for myself, and it worked, so I'm happy.
And as well, to keep your composure under that kind of pressure, because I can imagine that's a nervy experience, particularly when you know, because I suppose it's different in knockout darts where it's you've got to rely on a result or something like that going your way.
Yeah, I didn't really want to rely on the last game, so to get that last game 4-0 was, just I can't really describe it.
We were saying on commentary how cool, calm and composed he was in a situation where obviously the game before didn't quite go to plan. It could have been so easy to panic, particularly when you saw what Kurt did the couple of games before with 102 average and whatever.
Yeah, it's very easy to fold. And there's a word used in sport when you're in these situations that it's easy to choke. But the thing that impressed me the most about this young man this week is that he had a bad start. He lost his first couple of games. He figured it out on Monday. And then by the time he came on Tuesday, he was in a better flow with how he was preparing for every visit, for every game. He built his confidence to the degree that when it came to the crunch, he was prepared properly, mentally. And by the end of it, he was the best player because the points don't lie.
Was it fair to say it took you just a couple of games to settle, but once you got used to the stage, it was like you're at home kind of thing?
Yeah, I definitely did. It's like a very new environment on stage. It's a big deal. So to not be, how do I say it? Not be used to it is, it's fair.
So what are the differences then between playing on a stage like this with the cameras, the lights, in comparison to playing on the floor and playing on the Challenge Tour? You've had great success this year.
Well, here, back in your mind that there's a couple thousand people watching or gonna watch it later as well. So, yeah. And on the Challenge Tour, it's just, you only got the people behind you that's watching, and on the phone maybe, but not everyone, not thousands of people, I think.
That's very interesting, because obviously when we're in this building, we're kind of like in a bubble, aren't we? It's just us two in a commentary box. Obviously, you guys on the stage, a referee caller, the auditorium's empty, and maybe a couple of members of staff in and around the building. So it feels very bubble-like and very enclosed. And it's interesting that Jemai mentions that there's people watching at home, and maybe it's more daunting the fact that you know that there's people watching from afar as opposed to people watching in an auditorium, watching in the audience where you get that instant feedback.
It's something you have to get used to. Doesn't matter when you make your TV debut or whether it's a streamed debut, any sort of match that garners a great deal of interest from people around the world, you want to show off the talents that you have. And you feel almost anxious at the fact that all of these lights which make the atmosphere warmer and brighter, and there's the pressure of trying to perform for the people that are watching. I think what we've learned is that there has been that pressure this week, as Jemai's just mentioned, but he still succeeded. Mm-hmm. So when he gets used to playing in this environment, what on earth is he going to accomplish? Now, we look at Jimmy Van Schie, and obviously the first time he came here, he didn't qualify for Saturday. He's already one step ahead of him, because on debut, he's made Saturday via the first group. So he's learning at a very, very quick rate.
We'll have another quick chat with you in just a second. Myself and Nick are going to round out everything else that has happened in this group. Now, Sam Spive was the player that ultimately missed out. We can have a look at it here as we have a look at the Group A table. 18 points himself and Scott Campbell. It was a 3-horse race, which kind of towards the end turned into a 2-horse race. As far as Sam's concerned, 4 wins out of 5 for his day. And the only, it was 3 wins out of 5 for the day because of the Scott Campbell game late on. But prior to that match against Kurt Parry, he did everything right and just got hit by a big average. There wasn't really much he could do about that one.
If Sam was sitting here right now, what he would say would be, I've actually played better today than yesterday and the day before. So, yes, I haven't won the group, but I am going in the right direction. And he is. So fair play to Sam for figuring something out over the last 24 hours. And when it comes to Group B, he's going to be very dangerous.
Peaking at the right time, does it look a little bit ominous for him for the rest of the week?
Well, he's going to have to peak, isn't he? Because that Group B is just silly. When you throw Shane McGurk in there and Lee Cox and the other talent from this group in Scott Campbell, it was very, very hard to beat. I mean, you look at Carl Wilson as well. We know what Carl can do. So if Sam doesn't turn up in Group B, he's going to be in the bottom 2, so he knows exactly what he's going to have to do here.
I bet you're glad you don't have to deal with all that now, Jemai, are you?
Very glad, yeah. That's the one thing I didn't want to be in Group B. So I'm very happy with that.
Going to be a very, very tight Group B. And Scott Campbell's going to be in it. But on the basis of the last few days, has he got work to do?
Yes, I think he would admit that. Whatever he's been doing the last 3 days, I think he's had a little bit of fortune. He's mopped up a couple of really tight situations well, but he's finding himself in too many 4-3 matches. He's having to dig deep too many times. What we saw from him in Champions Week was this ability to dominate a player once or twice a day. If he doesn't have that over Thursday and Friday night, then he could be caught.
Kurt Parry, again, another player who's played some good stuff, but I suppose it was the doubling, wasn't it, that ultimately let him down in this group?
Of course it is, and this is an old story with Kurt. There's very little wrong with the scoring. He's absolutely flying when it comes to averages of 180s per match, and he can put in 5 in a match and still lose. He lost to the gentleman to my right yesterday morning in the game of the week so far. But I think Kurt will very much understand, with over 10 years of experience, that missing this many doubles is something that's not going to make him punctuate a Saturday ticket. So whatever he does between now and tomorrow afternoon, just polish up on the outer ring and he should be okay.
Actually had the highest running average in the whole of group, which probably goes to say in terms of your point. Martin Turner, in terms of his week, actually, there's been some decent stuff. They had a really good return today. Is there enough evidence to suggest that when he's back on an equal kilter, 0 points to his name tomorrow, the same as everybody else, that maybe he's the one that could go under the radar a little bit and maybe get a little bit of joy in that Group C?
Yeah, I think you've got to accentuate the positives with Martin. I don't think he's played that poorly. I think maybe most of the situations he's found himself in, he's found when people have played some of their best stuff, they've played it against him. Take that as a compliment, because Martin's been around long enough to know that people know who he is. They know how dangerous he can be, so they've turned it for him. That's the compliment. Now he's got to do it to other people to make his way through to another Saturday, because historically, him making Saturdays has been quite tough.
Yeah, they're going to be in action from 1 o'clock tomorrow as part of our Group C programme here on Pluto TV. But you don't have to worry about any of that. So what's the next couple of days looking like for yourself? Now you've got that luxury of a little bit of time off.
Just going to try to find some local places to practice and just keep my game going, I hope. So we'll see.
One thing that we've been complimenting about you throughout the course of the group has been your mindset, your mentality, and the way that you go about your business. You seem like you're a very, very calculated player. That like everything that you do in terms of your game, you think about not just on the board, but the way that you approach things off the board as well.
Yeah, I really think a lot during the game and outside of the game. So, yeah.
I think the Netherlands are doing a fabulous job. We mentioned it in commentary. A lot of the young talents coming through, Bradley Roos, who's been a weekly winner here. There have been other examples outside of the Modus Super Series like Jurjen van der Velde, and Kian van Veen didn't even win with us. But look at what he's gone on to do. He's now gunning down in the top 16 in the world. So the Netherlands are doing something right. He's just another example of it.
Final word to you. You've won a Challenge Tour this year. What would winning a Super Series title mean?
It's definitely going to mean more than the Challenge Tour, so all I can do is keep playing the games, or keep playing the level that I have played in the past 2 days and the last of Monday. And maybe it's going to be fortunate for me. So,
Roger Mike, many, many congratulations. I'll see you on Saturday night. Nico, thank you as ever for your company. Well, that is it for Group A. But let's have a look forward, because earlier on today we announced Sweden as the fourth nation that's going to play at the international pairs. The lineup of the players will be revealed on Saturday, and there's been plenty of people talking about who could and who should be in that particular lineup. But that's it for the live action here today on this Wednesday afternoon. Coming up in a few moments' time, we're going to be having a look back and delving into the career of James Wade. We'll then have the Bullseye Challenge, which involves the three-time world champion Bo Greaves. And Mark McGeaney is going to be one of the headline attractions when Group C gets underway. That's tomorrow afternoon from 1 o'clock. That's one of two sessions that we're going to be bringing to you live. Group B will get underway from 10, and that's going to feature the reigning WDF world champion Shane McGurk. Now, he won a week last time, and he, interestingly, won a week 4. Can he do so again in consecutive series? Well, we'll find out the answer to that and many, many more on Saturday Saturday evening. We'll get underway from 7:30 p.m. for that one. And well, what an intriguing Group A we have seen. At the beginning of the day, it was a 3-horse race towards the line. It was Jemai, it was Scott, it was Sam. Scott fell at the first hurdle. Sam Spivey kept galloping, but the man who crossed the finishing line was Jemai van den Herik. A superb Group A performance from the Dutchman on debut. We'll be back tomorrow from 1 o'clock to see how Group C gets underway. From all of us here, take care. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is.
And that was it. And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty